A child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. What is an example of this that you've seen or experienced firsthand? I used to be into amateur radio after a short stint in the Army Cadets. There was one guy in the East Midlands, UK, who was one of the adult instructors. He was always telling us about amateur radio and would hand out old/cheaper pieces of tech he'd tried out and wasn't keeping point anyway. He was a little weird, overly friendly with adults, never had any bad vibes around the kids, and obviously had some social anxiety which he was compensating for. Personally, I suspect he was on the autistic spectrum, but who knows. After I left the cadets and went to uni, I stayed in touch on Facebook. We were in the same Facebook group for amateur radio hobbyists. He always liked to do things by the book and instilled in us the importance of being responsible and socially conscious with our radio use. He was the same on Facebook, reminding people that Mrs. Miggins on her £10 handset wouldn't know about transmission power and squelch, etc. He mentioned in passing to a new member the importance of only using the public unlicensed channels, kind of like CB radio in the US, on the correct, very low, power setting of half a watt. He mentioned it was because Mrs. Miggins trying to reach her kid in the next street wouldn't understand the idea that she could hear you, but couldn't reach you to ask you to be quiet a minute. He was correct here, and it's also a criminal offense to transmit at higher power on these frequencies, even though it's not enforced point anyway. This got someone's back up, and he was kicked from the group for preaching. After unsuccessfully asking to be let back in, he set up a larger antenna in his back garden, set up a super fancy aerial atop it, with a 30-watt transmission system. This is really quite powerful. He now turns this on for several hours a day on whatever channels the radio club/group are using to teach them the importance of good etiquette. This means that nobody can use certain frequencies for hours at a time, as it just sounds like someone is having a one-way conversation on air. He could probably get arrested, but that doesn't seem to bother him at all. I worked in an office for a Fortune 500. One of our longtime team members, G, worked as a level 2 employee for quite a while. She was good enough to be a level 3 or level 4 employee, but never took the offer because she was a single mom, relied on public transportation, etc. Her friend, P, started at the same time she did and was a level 3, working up to a level 4. PG were all good until P discovered that G made more than P because she was constantly getting merit raises and performance bonuses. One day, G made an honest mistake. Our client just switched to a different protocol for billing, and she accidentally did it the old way. It was a no harm, no foul situation, but P went to the level 4 employees and senior management and suggested that G be fired. They all went to ours who said that, while there was no valid reason to fire her, they could move her to a shittier team that would basically guarantee her failure. G realized what was happening and secured another job. We were going to be off for 4 days for Christmas, and G quit Thursday by leaving an after-hours voicemail. G knew that the message wouldn't be received until Monday morning, so she sent out an email to the entire building, time to be sent at 11:59 Christmas Eve. The email detailed how P was having an affair with her Bill while her husband was deployed, how one senior manager took this job because he was fired for embezzlement and lost his CPA license, and how one of our male level 3 employees requested a transfer because our married department manager was sexually harassing him. We got in at 8 hours and it got in at 9. It was a shit show Monday morning. Quite a few people quit that day. And to think, it all could have been avoided. Edit 1. Thanks for the award. Edit 2. I've run into G and P since then. G is thriving. She got a stern phone call from the company and they tried to withhold her last paycheck, but that was it. P is, well, a little more humble now. She was going through some serious shit at the time, and while that doesn't excuse any of the shit that she did, I think the letter was a wake-up call that she needed to fix her life. Edit 3. Level 3 employee is doing well. He quit a year after for a better opportunity. Edit 4. I'm not going to say who it is, but it is not Procter & Gamble. This could be applied to my soon-to-be ex-husband. He has mommy issues. He has daddy issues. He has sibling issues. Basically, his parents divorced when he was in grade school and no one really ever parented him from that point forward. His dad left. His mom, in my opinion, has no sense of accountability and can never be wrong about anything, so not exactly a great role model. She restarted her career after the divorce and left him in the dust. My husband never really healed from the aftermath of his parents' divorce. I can understand. My own parents' divorce negatively affects me to this day in some ways. Though my parents are the polar opposite of his. They are extremely involved and giving. I think the more my parents involved themselves in our lives, the more he realized what a parent was supposed to look like. When our baby was born, and my parents worked to be helpful and bond with him, I think it almost showed a giant magnifying glass on the abandonment issues he had buried and run from his whole life. He cracked this year. Ran away with someone. Threw me and my loving family away, but, briefly, got the attention he was yearning for from both his shitty absentee parents and his time of crisis. That didn't last too long. He burnt our marriage and the life we had built over 10 plus years to the ground. He felt so sad and wanted me to feel as badly as he did. Though, any warmth he enjoyed from doing so quickly dissipated. He regrets everything. Update, we have been separated for months, but within the past 6 weeks he's been trying to open the door. I've been patient with him and encouraging while he tries to find the right specialists. He called me tonight to tell me he's back with her. So, I guess he doesn't really regret anything. I need to redact that last sentence, wouldn't want to be inaccurate. And just FYI, I was still in denial about having to get a divorce. It's stupid, but I wanted to work through some of this, even if we couldn't stay married through therapy. Hold me accountable. Reddit, I'm 100% done. My uncle. He was always the black sheep of the family, but turned out he had been carefully planning his future from the start. He got a full ride to his dream college, got a really well-paying job, got married and now has a child who is a few months old. My grandparents, his parents, always thought he was a disappointment as he was their only son. He knew this, and they verbally abused him for a while about how he never lived up to their expectations. Turns out, his parents, and all 4 of his sisters ran themselves into quite a bit of debt, and he only found out as he was nearly done with college. They came to my uncle for help after he found employment, and he basically gave my whole family the finger and said for them to help themselves. I'm literally the only one of any of my cousins or siblings who bothered contacting him years after this whole ordeal. At the time I was too young to understand what the fuck was happening, let alone travel by myself. So I contact him via Facebook Messenger, and his wife is a lovely woman. His daughter is so cute and gorgeous, and he is still the same strong, kind-hearted man that I remember. My parents know I'm on contact with him, and they just don't care. I'll be staying over at their house for a little while next week, and I'm so glad I was able to meet my little cousin. Edit, I didn't expect this to blow up. Well, I know some of you guys are saying this doesn't exactly comply or fit the quote, but it was the best story/experience I had that fit the quote, so I thought there wouldn't be much harm in sharing it. Anyway, feel free to ask questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. Edit 2, thank you kind stranger for the Reddit gold. I'll be sure to pay it forward. I guess I would maybe count to this. I cut my relatives out of my life when I was 19. They had spent my life tormenting me and treating me like dirt. With me gone, there's my aunt, my uncle, my grandmother, and my dad. My dad being the youngest at 58 years old now. No younger generation to take care of them. My aunt would be prepared for that, but my dad and my grandmother were banking all their hopes on me caring for them in their old age. So much so they would make fun of me for how incapable I was of domestic tasks. For example, I didn't learn how to use a washing machine until I googled it at 19, but when I asked them to show me, they always made excuses. Your school should be teaching you that. You should know how to do that. Figure it out. I'll show you some other time. They never would show me though. They liked having evidence of what a horrible, incompetent, and lazy person they saw me as. They also didn't want me to be able to live independently because that would make it easier for me to move out, which would mean I wouldn't be at their immediate use point. I also lied and said that I was required to live on campus for the first year. When I went to university, I wasn't planning to cut contact yet, but I was desperate for a taste of independence. My aunt gave me my birthday money early so that I could afford the deposit. I felt awful because my aunt was actually the only one who had ever stood up for me, but keeping in contact with her would have been too complicated, and I'm certain she would have put some pressure on me to mend things with the others. Not even a month after I moved into my student accommodation, I got into an argument with my dad and finally stood up for myself. I cut contact, and with that I was expecting to become homeless once finished my first year and my lease finished. I was too mentally ill to complete my studies and hold down a job at the same time. Point as luck would have it, everything turned out fine. A lot of bumps in the road, but I graduated, didn't end up homeless, and I'm now working in the healthcare system. I don't exactly regret cutting contact, but I'll admit I should have done some research on my options for homelessness instead of hoping for the best. I nearly destroyed my life. I did this to my last job as a rehab tech in a nursing home. I was treated poorly after a couple of months. My workload was literally doubled, and I was never listened to about my concerns. I begged them to hire a second tech, even part-time, just so I can breathe and have my mental state not be ruined. They always told me no, and then piled on more work. Got mad at me when patients weren't complying, ran me around like a dog for hours, cut my lunch hour for no reason, and refused to give me any sort of pay raise when minimum wage went up. I was at my wit's end and everyone but my manager and the therapists could see it. I also experienced a privacy violation that I wish I reported to ours. I was basically forced to tell my manager why I needed to take a day off and for what the medical procedure I was getting was for. Another instance, I was told I was back clearly gaining weight by one of the therapists and my manager, and then they laughed about it. I was so pissed off that I put in my 2 weeks, but I could barely make it past 2 more days. After one god-awful busy morning, I packed up my stuff during my break, clocked out, and went home. I sent a text to my manager saying I won't be coming back, and I blocked her. I felt bad doing it, but I had nurses and aides telling me to quit. BC they saw how miserable I was. About a week or so later they went into lockdown. BC of COVID. My brother, my family wasn't loving. I coped it with my venturing out and exploring on my own. I would leaving early each day and explore nature, only coming home for food. My brother coped with the lack of love with sex, drugs, fighting, parties, and theft. He had a super distorted view of needing love and he really acted like if he wasn't getting love, then the world deserved to burn. He went into prison in his teens. He got out in his 20s, tried to be good for a year, but couldn't find his concept of love, so he started burning the village again, went back in, got out years later, tried to go clean, and this time found love. But he pushed himself too hard to be lovable. He developed a super personality built on meth. He did drugs to keep up, lost his love, and started to burn the village down again. The last time, the local sheriffs ended the cycle. He wasn't going back in. During the road chase, they filled his windshield with bullets and he veered off a cliff and died in the dirt. It was the headline of the local news. I think I may forever compare my life to my brother's. How could we be so different? We had the same parents and endured very similar pains. But I didn't choose to burn down the village. I chose to distance myself and survive. He went nuclear. The village didn't have a chance. Throwaway because F these guys. I worked at a very famous family-oriented company for almost 15 years. I was damn good at my job, but refused to brown nose or play dirty office politics, so I stayed pretty much in my original spot for a long time. Because of this, I became a pretty regularly used advice platform for other employees on how to handle workplace issues, and because I valued my integrity, I never reported red flags to management, but always encouraged the person to do so on their own behalf. Eventually a few key people remembered how I helped them and circumvented the usual cronyism to bring me into their teams for big name projects. It was a nice change, and I appreciated the chance to stretch point then. I started getting systematically bullied and harassed by the in crowd, who had decided I was unworthy of being in their presence. I ended up going to therapy about it to help develop tools to deflect, while desperately looking for a way out. Eventually, I got another job and handed a sort of manifesto 2 hours when I turned in my 30 days notice. Racism, sexual harassment, assault, blatant favoritism, theft, all with dates, names, and supporting evidence. Basically an hour nightmare, because they couldn't control what I did when I left, including going to the press. My departure gave them 30 days to ask me questions, interview me, whatever, but it never came. Point thing is, I also sent that novel off to the EOC. They opened an investigation with the company, and the moment they did, all hell broke loose. See, the people who were too afraid to come forward before now had an out. They weren't snitching, they were complying with an investigation per company policy. So suddenly, scores of people were testifying to ours about the horrific things they had been subject to. Some people were fired, others demoted. A few got off scot-free. But I sleep like a baby now. Update/edit. Just to clarify, I went to each and every person whose story I included in my little ECB to make sure they were comfortable and understood what might follow. Most agreed, some did not, and I excluded them entirely from my manifesto. My only regret is that there were people whose struggles even I didn't know about, and I was unable to amplify their voices. Thank you all for your support. Speak out, speak up, speak together. The voices of many are harder to silence than the voice of one. Same for me. I was pretty sheltered back then. I went to high school with a guy I still consider a friend, although we haven't talked to in years. We were friends since middle school and then transferred to the same high school, so he was basically my best friend from the start of high school. During sophomore year he started getting into drugs and even selling them. I still hung out with him cause I really didn't have much friends to hang out with. I wanted to fit in with him and his friends, so I always tried to get him to let me try some of the drugs he's selling or taking. But he never let up. I was doing alright as a student, and I was mostly in honors or app classes. He knew that too, so he'd tell me how I would fuck up my life if I tried any drugs. Even at times his own buddies tried to make me do some. Whenever I'm over at his house, he'd get serious and tell them to stop and fuck off from trying. As time went on I found friends who were better for me, I guess, although even at graduation we recognized each other and even had a bro hug at the end. Honestly, I'm happy that he looked out for me. Who knows what shit I would have gotten into if he didn't stop me. In December I rage quit my job. My boss was losing her fucking mind. I worked in a small office of about 8 to 9 people. In my time there I saw 11 people come and go from various positions. One day when the boss and her sister, the vice beach, were out, us employees all had a discussion about how bad the work environment was getting. Micromanaging, no autonomy or flexibility, etc. Really not a good place to be in general. We pinned it down to being mostly due to the behavior of the vice beach. One employee agreed to take one for the team and discuss it with the head beach. However, the head beach completely twisted everything that was said and took it as that employee telling on everyone else for having this conversation. She had individual meetings with each one of us. She blasted us about what was said, and she was insistent on finding out who started it. She didn't buy it when we basically all said it was just a fluid discussion that was had, not some planned meeting called by one person. After the individual meetings, we had a meeting with all of us where she told us it was absolutely unacceptable that we had this beach session, and if we didn't like it that she would accept our resignations immediately. She expected loyalty, and if we weren't loyal, we weren't welcome. We tried to reason with her in the meeting, telling her it was just some general concerns we had, and we agreed one person would present them to her, but she was having none of it. No solution for the problems that were making all of her employees upset. It was all about her and her sister, no concern for her indentured servants, as we called ourselves. I should have quit then and there when she said that she'd accept our resignations, but I didn't. I did start looking for jobs though. I had an interview one day and I texted in sick. I had quietly let one of my coworkers, who I thought I could trust, know about the interview. When I texted my boss I got the response, "Good luck at your interview." I expect loyalty, not silly games, so I went to my interview. It went well. Didn't end up taking the job though, not a great fit. I got home and wrote up my letter of resignation and emailed it. Told her I would not be returning and would have someone collect my personal items for me. In the email I told her exactly what I thought of what she did. I was in the middle of a lot of projects. This was for an e-commerce company, so I can see a lot of what's being done by checking out the website. I can see a lot of stuff got stalled or restarted completely. It definitely set them back, and the person who I'm pretty sure ratted me out about the interview was running off her ass and had a lot of late nights at the office. From what I heard, I still am friends with one person who works there and is desperately looking to get FO. She said they now have daily affirmations of the boss choosing that they have to recite 3x daily. On Mondays they receive a sheet of paper with the week's affirmations printed out. I only wish she had tried that sheet while I was there. She would have gotten a piece of my mind. Gaza is such a heartbreaking story. Emblematic of it were the Gaza greenhouses. It was planned to be one of the linchpins of the Gazan economy, particularly after Israel revoked the work visas of tens of thousands of Gazan workers. Some people will tell you that Israel left Gaza state-of-the-art greenhouses and that the native Palestinians destroyed them. In fact, what happened is that more than a few of the greenhouses were destroyed by Israeli settlers before the Israeli pullout. But while there was minor theft from the greenhouses, in part with $500,000 of funding from James Wolfenson's own pocket, the greenhouses produce millions of dollars of high-profit greenhouse-grown strawberries, cherry tomatoes, cucumbers, sweet peppers, carnations, solidago flowers, aster flowers, gypsophila flowers, and sunflowers. Almost all of the millions of dollars of greenhouse-grown vegetables and flowers ended up rotting in ditches at closed border crossings. On a rare day, when a few trucks were allowed to trickle out of Gaza, Israel refused to operate the donated truck scanners to the 40-foot height they were designed for, artificially limiting them to only 20 feet, cutting the cargo per truck by more than half. Gaza has a rich fish harvest 6 miles offshore. Israel blocked fishing in Gaza past 3 miles. Gaza has 2 natural gas deposits offshore. Israel has barred Gaza from drilling either one, and Israel is drilling into one itself. Gaza had orange orchards. They were bulldozed even before Israel pulled out of Gaza. The road Israel promised to connect Gaza to the Palestinian West Bank was one more promise Israel broke to Gaza and the world. And this probably isn't even half of it. Particularly heartbreaking is the story of the Gaza zoos. I haven't experienced anything, but I saw this especially with this kid I went to school with. I wasn't great friends with him, but we were kinda like school friends. I guess he came into school one day with a red face and he just looked really tired and like he was crying. So being a good person I asked him what's wrong in class, and he said he'd tell me at lunch. When lunch came around he had told me that he had fought with his parents all night about his grades, but keep in mind, he also worked all week and only had Sundays off because his parents didn't support him financially at all. I told him not to worry about it and that he is more than just his grades, but he kept telling me that to his parents he was probably just a failure. I was honestly really concerned about it because he seemed legitimately depressed and such. Of course I texted him later that night to try and make sure everything was okay. However, a few months ago, I learned he moved out of his house at 18 and told his parents he didn't need their financial support and that he was independent, and apparently, his parents felt terrible and felt they had failed. That's all I know so far. I have a twin with epilepsy that my parents chained me to when she was diagnosed. She was expelled from school a year prior, which made my parents ashamed, and they put a lot of pressure on me to make sure I graduated. But my twin would beat me up, physically and emotionally, and my parents did nothing. They took her side every time, even when my other sibling had to pull her off me sometimes. I only tried hitting her back once during a fight, and she got even more angry saying I shouldn't hit people with epilepsy, so every time it would happen again I'd just go slack till she was done. I was always depressed and afraid when I'd come home because I'd be tired from school and then I'd have to basically babysit my twin. My parents leashed me to her and I became her watcher. Anywhere she went, I had to go. Anything she wanted to do, I had to do too. This made my twin very mad as she just wanted to be able to be by herself a lot, but my parents wouldn't have it. This also fueled her hitting me even more. I know my parents were just trying to make sure she was safe, but I wish they'd let me have relief and be my own person instead of making me do all that stuff for them. I was suffering a lot and felt incredibly trapped. Funny thing is, a few years later I had a seizure and was diagnosed as epileptic too. My parents didn't give a shit though, lol. One of my high school friends. He was very obviously gay and geeky, but for the most part it was fine at school, because we went to a rich kid charter school, where everyone is expected to be child prodigies, and he was. He was in all the advanced math and physics classes, and by senior year he probably could have taught most of them. I started noticing things going wrong junior year, when he got called out by one of the teachers for wearing a skirt to Spirit Day. Normal clothes otherwise, and it was just a chill tutu in the school colors, no big deal. Except we are in one of the most homophobic radical Christian areas in the country. He nearly got suspended, nearly got sent home, and even though it was masked as a punishment for littering on school grounds, administration essentially cancelled that year's Halloween party. I also remember the headmistress, government teacher, and financial lit computer tech teachers all legging a significant part of the student body into using anti-LGBT slurs. The same shit kept happening our senior year, but when we hung out he seemed fine. He was cool, essentially helped me graduate, because he saved my ass in app stats, and was a part of the scholars program at the school. I think he was like 3rd or 4th in our graduating class overall. That summer we met up a couple times for game nights, but we kinda drifted. I have severe depression and that summer hit me like a bag of bricks, so I wasn't around to notice when things went south. I'll regret that for the rest of my life. The night before my first day of college, a mutual friend of ours texted me that he was in jail and probably going to prison for the rest of his life. He had originally had a scholarship to Ohio State for engineering, full ride and everything. However, for some reason they decided to revoke that last second and leave him with nothing. On top of it, his dad was verbally, emotionally and physically abusive and said he'd kill any of his kids who came out as LGBT. He decided the best way to pay for college was to rig his dad's car with a bomb and then apply for government funding with a single mother. The bomb didn't quite kill his bastard dad, but he was in critical condition for a long time. The police had no trouble getting him to confess, and miraculously he only got 4 years. He should be out any day. If you're reading this, I'm so sorry I wasn't there for you when you needed me. I'm sorry I didn't kick our teachers' asses like I wanted to, and I'm sorry I never wrote to you in prison. I feel like I'm probably one of the last people you want to hear from. I still love you though. My memories of you are some of my best from high school, and wherever you are I hope you get the second chance you wanted. Also, if any of you motherfuckers who called him F***G in high school are reading this, teacher, student or otherwise, I hope you rot from the inside out. I worked at an ice cream shop. I won't name which one, but all I'll say is they may have slightly more than 30 flavors. Anyway, my boss was a conservative Mormon who lashed out at me anytime a piercing or tattoo was showing. The manager and boss would sit in the back and make lists of physically exerting tasks for me to do, while maybe one of them spent an hour frosting a single cake. Legally, if you work 6 hours you get a lunch break, but my boss would routinely make me work on lunches. At the time there were maybe 5 employees and we were all overworked and begging our boss to hire new people. I'm a generally easygoing person. I'm usually chipper, hyper, and super happy, especially towards customers. It's just my personality that I want to help people and make them smile. I really got along with my coworkers, constantly cracking jokes with them and dancing. Always got closing duties done early and always made sure every task was crossed off. Over time I noticed my paychecks weren't what they were supposed to be by almost $2 an hour. Minimum wage had gone up and I was a shift lead, so I got a $1 bonus, but I went through my checks and realized the math didn't add up and I had been cheated out of almost $3,000 from the time I started working until it was brought to my attention. I asked my boss about it, and she said, because I didn't have the dollar bonus handwritten from her, it didn't exist, and she asked me to apologize to her for accusing her of cheating me out of money. 2 weeks later, I came into work and she handed me my last paycheck, and wouldn't say why I was being let go. When the other workers found out I had been fired, 3 of the 4 employees quit that day, 4th being the manager that constantly harassed me, and the younger girls. The others had been there less than 4 months and weren't very experienced. They were already overworked and stressed. I felt like I brought a certain kind of calmness to the chaos when it got busy, and I think I made working fun for myself and my coworkers because I knew how much it sucked being there and I wanted to make the most of it with them. When they left, they said my boss cried. Immediately after, California was put on lockdown and she wasn't able to hire new people because no one was applying. Long story short, she had to close and has been closed since March 26th. I was let go March 24th. I drive past every day on my way home and they still aren't open. It's unfortunate, but I don't feel bad. Edit. Sorry for long speech. In high school, I saw this a lot. I met a guy who by all accounts was dirt poor. He said he lived in a trailer and wore the same exact basic outfit every day. You could tell he was a sociopath after 5 minutes in person. He openly preached Nazi philosophy, said women were objects, said the N-word and all. Even admitted he was a psycho and would likely become a serial killer. I'll call him Psycho from here on for convenience. The clique he was part of was a group of other male outcasts who mostly all fit the incel stereotype. They all hated each other and started drama constantly. A few years in, Psycho came up with some kind of master plan to start drama that would get 2 of those guys to completely turn on each other and have a big fight. I only wished him luck because both of his victims had been harassing me for months or years. Even though he was way depraved than them, Psycho and I had only ever had one fight and ended our beef there. I never would have talked to him if I had more friends though. The only reason I got wrapped up in that group was that one of my only 2 friends occasionally hung out with them. In a couple of weeks the entire group stopped sitting together and the 2 that Psycho singled out were screaming at each other in the halls. I was grateful because it meant my friend who sometimes sat with them never did again, and I never had to be around them. By the end of high school, every time I saw Psycho's 2 victims, they were always alone and depressed. But Psycho himself had made new friends. Some of them were black dudes who thought his Nazi sheet was hilarious. Me. At least mentally. I'm still faked up, but I'm getting better. I was that stereotypical case of a hardworking mother and horrible father. My father, up until he got thrown out of the house when I was maybe 10ish, was criminally negligent. He was supposed to babysit me, but he just gamed, slept, or watched porn all faking day. The only thing he ever did for me was teach me how to heat up food, so he didn't have to do that either. He got thrown out, but the school system still ran me down. I was out of shape and had almost no friends. Nearly the entire school hated my guts and tormented me daily to the point that as a 3rd grader I was stuck in the center of a literal circle of kids that made fun of me and would run and poke me and then come back to the outside of the circle. I could get them because of how big I was and small they were. I got in trouble for trying to fight back before my mother came in and went nuclear on the principal point. Things sucked like that for a while until my mother got a new boyfriend and then they got married. The guy was nice for a time, but after a couple years he turned into a monster. Horribly abusive in every way except physical. I think that was when things peaked. I was a mess. I wanted to kill myself and or him. It was nasty as hell, and I'm ashamed of myself, but I still remember that feeling, and how he made me feel. Hell, he still makes me seethe with rage, even though he's been out of my life over a year now. He just pisses me off that much. Due to him, and other factors, I even went to the mental hospital for a few days, when I told a doctor with a chiller voice, that a lack of gun access was the only reason that I was speaking to her at that moment, which was more true than I'd like to admit. I'm no longer a threat to anyone, and I'm nowhere near as much of a threat to myself. But I still remember those days, and I'm still depressed, partly thanks to everything that happened to me throughout my life. You might be thinking, where does the burn down the village part come into play? Well, that was with my near suicide and murderous thoughts, to purge my ex-stepfather from the world and make him pay for what he did to me. That and the darker thoughts that some kids have when it seems like an entire school system tries to hurt you and beat you down. I was that case that could have turned into a dark day at my school, and I'm not proud of that fact. I don't like how dark my mind was, but I've become stable after a lot of work and a lot of changing my situation. I still have a long ways to go, but I'm no longer a danger to people who hurt me. Thanks for reading. If you made it this far, might as well have poured all my heart out honestly. Have a fine day night guys, gals, and pals. I feel like I'm a pretty good example of this. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I had it pretty rough growing up. My mother, lost custody of me when I was 2 years old. She was just generally unfit all around. At that point she'd had my older half sister, taken away a couple years before. The state gave me to my half sister's paternal grandmother, since she'd had my older sister already. Unfortunately for me, this led to years of psychological, emotional, and physical abuse at K's hands. I tried countless times to report, to seek help from adults around me, even in my schools. I wasn't worth the trouble to most of them, but some just feared losing their homes, or having trouble started for them, as K was the property manager in the co-op we lived in. T was of no help, because she was raised as the preferred child. She was the one K wanted to raise. I was just thrown into her lap, because no one else in the family would take me. I was never allowed to do normal kid/teenager stuff. I was bound to the house, always cleaning, always grounded. I took regular beatings, if even one speck of dust was found, sometimes just for asking a question, or no reason at all. My neighbors called me Cinderella. I know they knew what was going on. I sought help subtly and blatantly depending on how worried I was about the attempt getting back to K. E moved into the neighborhood when she gave birth to my youngest sister, making some sad attempt at reconnecting, and for the most part succeeding only due to K wanting T and herself to have a relationship with my youngest sister. She always said she made it work, not just for them, but to benefit me as well, though the abuse made it very clear that she didn't care even a smidge about what was good for me. To be clear, never once did K lay a finger on T or our younger sister, and T was always happy to cover K's ass, so long as she was getting the newest things, cell phones, laptops, MacBook, anything materialistic. To be honest, I blame T for a lot of it. As conceited as it sounds, I think it boils down to her being jealous of me. She was a huge troublemaker, not good at school, talking to middle-aged men online, always doing something she shouldn't, sneaking out, etc. I was the opposite. I had good grades, I was multi-talented, I was a good kid for the most part. T always knew how to encourage K to find fault in me or something I did. K, as a 50-ish-year-old woman, obviously knew right from wrong, so perhaps T wasn't the root cause, but she was absolutely a catalyst. T left home to live with E for a few months, who'd also by now cut ties with K due to unrelated circumstances. T had begun tiring of rules, and in those 3 months she was gone, K didn't dare lay a hand on me. I finally got to feel in control, and I'd be lying if I didn't say I took full advantage. I got ballsy, more intent on not being the victim anymore. If K made an attempt at going back to taking things from me for no reason, or I felt she was going to hit me or anything of the like, I'd make it clear I was all she had left, since T had run off and cut ties for the most part, and I wouldn't hesitate to leave. She might have been a monster at that point, but she was afraid of being left alone. It wouldn't last forever, though, and I knew it. K was starting to get more touch and go. A long series of events took place when I was 15, in which K was jailed for 24 hours on an unrelated charge, and I took the opportunity to try to run. T was still living across the street with E was still an awful mother, but my younger sister was brought up pretty decent thankfully. She wasn't of much help, but knew what was going on, and did next to nothing. I used 2 neighbors I trusted, and the boy I was seeing at the time to make my escape, but ended up being found 24 hours later, when K was bailed out, and released and discovered me missing, by the next door neighbor who was meant to be watching me at the time, not someone who helped me, and returned home, despite telling everyone along the way why I'd run away. K and the neighbor convinced almost all the adults who'd helped that I'd been lying about it all. Due to the charge K had been jailed for, and some issues between her and other neighbors, we had to move to a condo a city or two away, with K's mother who needed in-home care as her health was declining. I started working a job, and most of my money was taken from me to help pay the bills. K didn't work, she was on disability. Then, T decided that living with E was not as free range as she'd thought it would be, and wanted to move back in with us. I protested, but was shut down, as T always got what she wanted. T and her then BF moved into the home, taking the basement I was meant to convert to my room, leaving me nowhere to sleep but the couch. Neither of them worked or wanted to. This was going to be the permanent arrangement as I was told. Within 2 weeks, the abuse returned one final time, all thanks to T, because she wanted my login to the computer to rat me out for exploring my sexuality through texting a boy I knew at school. Not great. I know, but I was a teenager, and I wasn't talking to anyone I didn't know, or shouldn't have been. I wouldn't give up the password. T figured it out. And the rest is pain-filled history. To make an already long story a bit shorter, I'll spare too many of the details from here on out. But after it happened that final time, K asked me if I was going to tell anyone, because it wasn't a can of worms she needed opened right now. I smiled through bitter tears, telling her I loved her and wouldn't tell anyone. But I did. I tried to lie at first, because I had tried to cover the bruising with Macup, but every time someone asked, I asked myself why I was protecting them. Each time, my resolve to lie weakened, and I decided I was never going to be a victim to them again. The next day, when the resolve to protect them finally devolved, I tried to tell anyone who would listen. I told friends at school, I told my boss, when I went to work, I told my best friend's mom, the police, the CPS workers, anyone. I knew what I was doing, but I didn't care anymore. I knew that K would be charged. I knew that T and her BF would have nowhere to go, and that they couldn't keep up the bills on their own. I was the only one in the house who worked. I knew that T wouldn't care as well for K's mom, which is probably the only part one feel a little bad about, but she was awful to me as well, when she was in good health. I knew I was blowing everything up, and I was thrilled to watch it all burn. Now, almost 9 years later, I regret nothing. K served jail time for both the unrealtered and child abuse charges. Her mother passed while she was imprisoned. T tried to keep up the house and barely scraped by with a boyfriend. E served prison time as she remained unfit and committed crimes unrelated, but also for a crime related to K's non-child abuse crime. She got out eventually and hasn't changed much. Now, K is a victim to T's entitlement, using and abusing. She and T got a small house in a chic neighborhood. T has 5 kids to 2 different fathers, is dating E's boyfriend's son, gross, if I do say so myself, and has been ostracized by the whole of the family. She apparently struggles with addiction, but it's hard to trust anything she says to anyone. I personally think it's a sympathy ploy. She uses K to raise her children, so she can just dick about doing whatever, mostly awful things, including plenty of theft, both petty and grand. And me, I mostly don't speak to any of them, if can help it. I mostly only talk to E when I have to, so I can keep a relationship with my younger sister, since he ended up getting partial custody of her back. Side note, she's mostly competent at raising her, and the other partial custody is my younger sister's dad, so I feel safe about how she's being raised. I graduated high school, secured a pretty decent job. I have amazing friends, who have become family. I had a lot of years to try to process my pain. It took a lot of time and trial and error, but I now have it pretty damn good. I have a loving boyfriend, a great roommate, we have our own trailer, 2 sweet cats, and I get to say I built this life on my own, and with my boyfriend. I'm sorry this has been such a long comment, but I'd never felt so compelled to answer an post than I did this one. So I'll sum it up with this: I burned down the village and built my own with the most important piece I could salvage, me, and I've never felt so damn warm in my life. Not so much not embraced, but rather held so tightly he could never break free. I grew up with a guy, was never allowed to do anything by himself growing up. His parents forced him to practice his instrument for 2 hours a day. They were teachers at the school he attended. So of course they were at every school event with him and insisted he attend with them. They even expected him to eat lunch in one of their classrooms every day. He was so ready to get out of that environment that by the time he was 18 he threw away a full-ride college scholarship to work at a fast food restaurant. He ended up getting into drugs, married someone who was also in the drugs, and they had 4 kids that they did not take care of. His parents ended up getting custody of the kids by the time the oldest was around 8 and the youngest was a baby. Unfortunately, they really didn't change their parenting methods. The older 3 are doing okay, haven't had the easiest life, and have not made the best choices, but they are independent and raising their families. The youngest is a complete nightmare and has been in all sorts of legal trouble. Their father did eventually get off drugs, got a good job, house, and wife. His kids treat him more like an older sibling than a parent. I end up crying after I finished this story, but here it goes. I worked as a nanny for triplet boys since 18 years old and a little girl since birth for more than 4 years minimum wage, but free rent and food, so it's fine with me. 4 years and no salary increase. They were separating in the last few months of my stay and I did not bother to ask for a raise because I do not want to add to their problem. I had to take care and discipline the 4 kids, cook theirs and their parents' food and clean the house. Paid $10 for my overtime. During the last 4 months of my stay I have also been cleaning 2 houses since the parents separated. No extra pay given, and again I'm too nice and stupid to ask since separating is expensive. I agreed to stay until summer since the kids needed me while they are still adjusting to their new situation, or so I thought. I work part-time as a house cleaner. When COVID hit, my employer is not very happy of me working outside. I took precautions and do social distancing while cleaning houses, wears a mask and gloves the whole time. Also, when I clean, the owners of the house leave me alone, so there's really no close contact. We also have very few cases here in at all. The father got so paranoid of the COVID he sent me the message he sent to his ex-wife. In his message he said, "Hey Kay, I'm not really comfortable of Jay going out cleaning other people's house with COVID going on. As I've told you, I don't need her and is only keeping her because of you." Thoughts. I was filled with anger. 4 years I gave for their kids which I loved so much I was willing to turn back a job offer to me just so I can stay with them while they were adjusting due to the separation. 4 years of hard work only to be told I'm not needed, as if I'm the one who begged them to stay on this job. I thought I was a part of their family. I treated the kids like my own children. They are my children. I told the father it's fine if they fired me. I don't care. I have a job waiting for me that I kept turning down because of them. Never mix love with your job, guys. You'll only get hurt in the end. Maybe it was a scare tactic to make me stop working outside, but it surely backfired on him. He said sorry. He was not thinking properly. That they love me and was so sorry he said those things and has hurt me. That they still needed me. But no, I told him. You said it yourself. You don't need me. You can't leave. We have a contract. Contract's done. It was only a verbal agreement that I'll stay till summer. I said, still that's valid. You have to finish it. Yeah, but I can also resign and give you 2 weeks notice according to the law. I resigned and left the house 2 weeks after I was able to see the kids. 2.5 months after I left. It was hard to explain to them why I'm not living with them anymore. They still seem to not understand it since I've been with them since they were very young, and still does not understand that I'm just their nanny. I'm Jay who takes care of them, plays with them, and cooks delicious food for them. It's hard because I really did love them so much, but I also have to accept that they were not my children. I and the mom are still in good terms. I have not talked to the father for a long time. He's around 60 and the kids are 6 and 4 years old. Thanks for reading. When I moved to Georgia from Washington State at 11, I'm a military kid and we'd done it before several times, but this was different. We are black and it's the South, and I don't want to play into the stereotype of Southern racism, but I was never treated the same from the get-go, especially in school. Nonetheless, when school started it was a tough adjustment. School in Washington ends in June, while Georgia ends in May, and Washington starts again in September, while Georgia starts in August. So I got less than a month of summer at 11, which wasn't the biggest deal. It's just crappy. But when school started I was assumed by teachers to not know material or to not pay attention etc. In addition I found out that due to differences in testing my score on gifted testing wasn't quote good enough to get into gifted classes in Georgia. This is ignoring the lower quality of education, but I'm not here for semantics. So I had to take the test again, and when the results came in I passed with flying colors, with one exception. My teacher who hadn't enjoyed me in the open weeks of the school year, I was a fairly restless kid and material bored me, told me I did not have the quote motivation to get into gifted. I seeing the testing results was surprised, shocked, and angry as I had an A in that teacher's class. What lack of motivation did she see? Later I had a long conversation with my mom, a conversation she would come to regret, telling me that my behavior in class and my grades were to blame regardless of how good they were, that they weren't there at the moment. After that talk I swore from then on that nothing would be denied to me due to motivation. Nothing ever again, especially not due to grades. And what's fueled my pursuits academically has been anger at the system that to this day screwed me over by putting me behind in mathematics and science classes. This wasn't the last time I had to prove myself to teachers. In the South they expect black kids to be stupid, to not want to do work, to fail, to not pay attention, to not be at reading or math or history standards. I have vivid memories of my 5th grade teacher the next year forcing me to read textbook chapters over and over again because there was no way I could read and retain the information faster than most of the class. I later learned that there is racial bias at play, bias I still contend with in classes at the beginning of the year. If I don't assert myself as a hard worker or someone who learns quickly and knows heaping sums of information. But that promise to myself, I've been keeping, and it's what's fueled me, learning even during summer, to keep up with my classmates, long nights of studying after practice, and what eventually got me top of the class and even highest averages in mathematics and other classes some years. I'm still angry at how much a shot in the legs not getting into that program was for me, but I don't know if I'd be the student I'm now if I had never had those experiences. But it's part of the reason. Even after I finish high school I will never say I'm from Georgia, I'm from the South, or anything favorable for Auburn University, that's the teacher's college, or anything favorable towards Georgian education. And I will never forgive my 4th grade teacher who opened my eyes with blatant disregard for my future. My bio mom told me I was dead to her when I was 16. I'm 30, and I still have no idea what made her say that. I know she hated that I was into heavy metal and I played in a band, but it had nothing to do with her. Everything was a personal attack on her, and she would retaliate against me for things I didn't even do or intend to do to anger her. She was full-blown narcissistic personality disordered and pretty malignant. Kind of like an annoying middle school female bully. I would do whatever it took to make her shut up because she was so annoying. Later I found out that she had put me on medicine and ruined a good portion of my life, Munchausen's by proxy, because she couldn't control me. When I got my own cell phone plan, when she turned off my data in retaliation, once I moved, she mailed me clothes and my prom dress all cut up. Through childhood, she poured bleach in my favorite band shirts. She had also taken scissors to the dress and some of my clothes and mailed me some of my ex's clothes that I had missed at one point. I'm a pretty forgiving person, but that was it. I studied up on narcissism, and in my stay in nursing school, I had gotten pretty good at psychiatry. I estimated what brand of narcissism she had, and proceeded to say everything I knew would ignite her narcissistic rage. I closed down my apartment and wrote her a long text message about how I hated her. I called her out on all her lies and manipulation, and how she was jealous of me. She really was. All of these are true. She got busted cheating and turned everyone else against my dad, except me, so I brought up how she's a skank and a hoe. Then I ended it with "P.S. you're dead to me." I was 26. Then I moved, so she wouldn't know where I lived, and I changed my number. Apparently she went nuclear and is still furious because she hasn't been able to get revenge on me. If you know a narcissist, you are the devil if you think for yourself or simply disagree with them on a color. After all the years of torment and being the scapegoat, I felt the warmth of finally winning and being free by totally burning her side of the family and anyone that associated with her's bridges. I haven't spoken or seen them in 5 years, and every message I get on Facebook is promptly blocked. Point without the scapegoat, the whole family unit will collapse sometimes. So at one point I got myself into counseling, and I'm doing very well. I'm moving very far away once it's safe, and I'm going to start over. Oh, this is me. My parents are both pieces of work. They joined the Jehovah's Witnesses cult back when I was 11 and made sure to make our lives miserable. They forced me out of the football team and the track team in high school because if I have time for sports, I have time to preach the word of Jehovah. They pulled me out of German classes because German is the language of Nazis, and they prosecuted our brothers. They refused to sign my college grant applications or scholarships or enrollments because I should be studying the word of Jehovah and preparing for his kingdom instead of chasing worldly possessions, also because Jehovah will provide if I dedicate myself to him. Basically, they wanted me to be a full-time preacher and live off the generosity of the congregations. Nothing wrong with doing that, except I would rather not live from hand to mouth. Furthermore, since I was the only one of my siblings who found ways to avoid being forced into a baptism without misbehaving or getting in trouble, I was always in their sights. I was never allowed to go to any parties or sleepovers. I was always criticized for my drawings or online usernames. My fire handle used to be They made me change it because apparently using was a gateway to the devil. I've always liked Age of Empires 2nd, and I had to play it in secret and install it on alternate paths, hide the icons etc. because learning to play war is a sin. I was forbidden from submitting content to DeviantArt because deviant was another word for demon. All in all, it was a miserable time. Fast forward 15 years, my parents are now divorced. Obviously, I grew up to be a sarcastic asshole. I'm also a cynic, but hey. And because of the time and forced participation I endured, I know all of their lore. So for the past 5 or so years, I have been ripping on them every chance I get about their sinful divorce, about how they acted one way in the congregation and a completely unchristian way at home. I've straight up called them hypocrites to their faces. I've named them the reason why I'm an atheist and have a loathing for their cult. As a side note, none of my siblings remain in the cult. They have all found ways to get themselves expelled, and every one of them has given their "go fuck yourselves you lunatics" speech on their way out. But that's not enough really. So I've showed up to their respective congregations and openly discussed all of their dirty laundry to their elders, to their faces. At my dad's, I showed up uninvited, and he knew right away something was up. I met with some of the elders, whom I knew from way back in the day, and would ask them if X or Y behavior was acceptable. They would tell me it wasn't, because reasons, and I'd ask them why. Was my dad allowed to give sermons and speeches if he was engaging in such behavior openly, dating apps, beating us with a belt whenever we refused to attend a meeting, breaking our belongings while chanting psalms to cleanse the house etc. He was very upset at me for essentially ratting him out. I told him what he always told me: man up and own it. My mom was the best one. Turns out, she was having an affair for the last 2 years of her marriage with another brainwashed twat, but in order to keep appearances, my parents had decided to simply state they fell out of love and terminated their marriage once my youngest sibling had moved out. This last bit is at least true. So when I found out, I called her up and asked her if I could go to her next meeting. She was ecstatic about it. It was the first time I had openly expressed interest in attending. I got dressed up and showed up. When she started introducing me to her elders, I said, "So, I have a few questions I'd like to ask if that's alright." My mom just locked her eyes on mine. "So, I understand that marriage cannot be dissolved unless there is a major reason, right? Would adultery qualify?" The elder just raised an eyebrow and answered. He said that yes, adultery would be a valid reason to terminate a marriage, and the adulterer would be censored. Censoring basically means they stop talking to you, and you aren't allowed to preach, nor participate in the congregation. You can still attend. My mom grabbed my arm and squeezed it. I ignored it, didn't even look at her, so I asked in a slightly raised voice, "So, what would happen if, for example, my mom, who was having an affair with an elder on a different congregation, were to lie about the reason of her divorce and move to another congregation to cover it up? Would she still be allowed to meet and preach and participate as she has been so far. A few heads are turned my way now. The elder just froze and gave me a smirk and a nervous laugh, then looked at my mom. The entire time, I have a smile on my face, just locked on the elder. He cleared his throat and asked me to discuss this in a private setting. I declined. Why should the truth be hidden if the whole point of preaching the word of God is to make it known for everyone? At this point, my mom called out to me and asked me to please follow her to one of the side rooms. I declined since I was having a conversation and didn't want to be rude and leave the elder standing there, not until I got my answer, of course. So the elder made up some bullshit case by case likely story and asked me to please go with my mom and discuss it with her privately. She was pissed. How dare I humiliate her like that in public? Well, mom, you are supposed to be an agent of truth and a beacon of merit. How dare you lie to these good people and hide your true nature, you hypocrite. Needless to say, we are not on speaking terms. She was censored, and eventually she stopped attending altogether. I have heard from my cousins who still keep in touch with her that she has renounced her faith because they treated her like shit afterwards. So much for the love of the congregation. My dad is a bit of a different outcome. He stopped attending because of the great shame I caused him. But he understands I was right in doing so, as he was being a hypocrite by continuing to attend. But he has no intentions of stopping his behavior. He continues to pray before every meal and reads the Bible constantly. He doesn't preach or gather, and most certainly doesn't talk to me about religion or being a good Christian anymore. He has also introduced me to like 3 of his girlfriends, so I don't think he will be going back. I was a youth counselor in my 20s. I worked with troubled kids of all stripes. Some ex-gang members who had shot people, some middle-class suburbanites who ran track and wanted a place to hang out on Wednesday nights, and mostly a lot of kids with disengaged, inattentive parents dumping and confronted trauma on their children. All of them good kids. I was an unpaid volunteer, love coming out of my eyeballs for these guys. I'd be driving all over town to find 1 or 2 who were agged out on cough medicine because they couldn't get booze yet and literally carry them to the front door of their parents' house. Every one of them had a good heart. Problems on O point. Then there was Devin. He was handsome, athletic, and his parents had money, but they were entirely absent. When you work with kids you see plenty of poor families where the adults are busy making ends meet, but there is a difference between can't be there for you because bills are due and won't. Devin was hollow. The emptiness in his eyes, along with the rabid hunger for human affection. It felt dangerous. One of the few kids who were closest to him would tell me how absolutely distant and uninterested his parents were in him. How they'd buy him anything but denied him the attention and affection he needed. That level of emotional starvation coupled with an Amex and good looks, you've got a dangerous combination. I think it was easy for him to form surface connections, but never enough to stop feeling absolutely alone. Anyway, I moved on from that part of my life, and aside from the occasional wistful memory of old times I didn't think much about him until I heard his name on the news when he took an assault rifle into Sutherland Baptist Church and murdered 26 people. The most frustrating lesson from those years was knowing that whatever I did to help the kids, it was always the parents who really needed fixing. For backstory, I live in a developing country that has the biggest inequality under many measurements. In October, people said enough is enough. The straw that broke the camel back was a small increase to the public transport fee. High schoolers spontaneously organized and avoided paying. Other citizens, tired of the injustice, followed through. This was met with excessive force by the police. Flash forward to the end of the week, the city is literally on fire. There was violent confrontation between young people and armed police and special forces. Many of those kids lost their eyes to rubber bullets. The public opinion started bashing these youngsters for destroying the city because they don't even pay taxes and live under their parents' roof and the like. Well, that is exactly the explanation. They've seen their tired parents all their lives. They have seen them struggle to make ends meet even with both of them working 40+ hours. They watched their older siblings graduate with a stupid amount of debt, just to work in a shitty job unrelated to what they studied. I can't think of a better example of a village, government/state, turning his back to the people that need more attention, and those people literally burn buildings to hurt the system that destroyed their and their loved ones' dreams of living with dignity. I'm also kinda in the same situation as a child. I was born to just a normal family, healthy relationships until I was 4. Then my brother was born. Then in just 6 months everything went haywire. My mother cheated because she found out that my father also cheats on her. So she left my father behind. But my father kinda just took it and went on with life. This is me speaking as a kid. As soon as my brother went to school, they, family and relatives, gave everything to him, and I was just left out. Since I never complained back then, but there was already a seed of jealous planted. But since I was the child prodigy back then, top grades, excels at sports and everything, but all they acted to me was just as normal, like they expected all of what I've done. Meanwhile my brother got all the attention any son/daughter could have gotten. Praises here, left and right, even though it wasn't even close to what I was doing. At this point I'm already noticing it, just not paying attention. High school time was the time I found something that gives me happiness, computer games. I was having fun with it, but my grade stuck a hit. It wasn't bad as failing grade, but it's still up there. When my father and aunties found about it, they went on full time on going against it. They've tried every possible way to remove it from me. It was painful for me to not receive at least a support. Meanwhile my brother gets all the support they could give to him, attention, love, and at this point, I'm getting pissed off already. Then when it's time to decide for college degree, I wanted architecture since that's most of my skills excels at, and guess what? Somehow they didn't approve of my college degree. They wanted me to change to engineering. At this point they want to control me, while my brother gets to do everything he wants. This was the last tick, so I left home, took some money with me, enough for at least a year, and some documents. It just hurts at this point. And here I am, currently at a job that somehow I found along. It doesn't pay well enough, but it's enough for me to live my life and have some savings. The last thing that I've heard from them is that my brother got into a fight and got probation for it. My father lost his job, drinking problems. Somehow, I can't even bring myself to go back or even look back. At least, I'm free of my shackles. Nobody gets to stop me from what I'm doing, and it's the best feeling that I could get. Me. I'm an example of this. My parents have told me they love me nearly every day, but I don't feel loved at all. I feel like a poem but everyone is illiterate. Like a song, but everyone is deaf. But I have to keep everything inside. I don't really have anyone to talk to, and I don't have friends either. Everything I've tried has made it worse, and I think I've become violent out of cold, bitter loneliness. I have started to hate the sound of people talking, laughing, or just doing anything, to be honest. I act all nice on the outside, but on the inside, I'm in agony every day, and there's absolutely nothing I can do about it, or I'll be told to be happy, to stop ruining the mood, that I'm just being edgy, and that everyone goes through it at some point. I'll be told that I'm faking it for attention. The healed yet still visible knife and razor cuts different places on my body? Apparently those were for attention. The times I nearly died from eating too much glass, paper, deodorant, chalk, and soap? Yep, I guess that was for attention too. The several therapists I've went to who didn't do anything except give me trust issues. They didn't think I had depression. They didn't think I had anxiety. They didn't think I had ADD either. They thought I had just for attention. The extreme hate I have for my gender, that I don't even want, which brings a higher possibility of being murdered, and having a low chance of being respected. I guess I just wanted attention. I surround myself with cutesy things to trick myself even more into thinking I'm fine, but in reality, every time I see someone even just existing around me, I just want to kill them so badly. I don't know why I'm still alive, but I am. I keep trying my best to make other people happy, to keep it all inside. I don't know how long I can keep it inside, but I'll try to, as long as I can. Everyone else is enjoying their childhood, and I just have to sit there and watch, wondering why I can't be like them, since there's nothing holding me back. But I can't. I remember that I'm not gonna be like them, because I'm not them. And I never will be like them. I have no innocence. And I feel like people will never understand me. I don't remember a time when I had innocence that everyone deserves. This may have not been a reply you were looking for, but it's the first I thought of. Thanks for taking the time to read this. This is going to get a little dark. Sorry. There was a kid at my high school who was socially awkward but seemed well-meaning overall. You could tell he may have been on the spectrum or had some other sort of disability, but he seemed to be pretty high functioning regardless. Of course, since it was high school, he was often made fun of. I would often join the lunch line in the cafeteria around the same time he did, so I would overhear him trying to interact with others in the line. He would do magic tricks and make jokes, which were often met with responses like "oh, yeah, cool," and other short not so sincere remarks. That was as close as I got to interacting with him. One day, in the middle of history class, the school went into lockdown. I remember how vague the announcement over the PA system was. The class anxiously started texting relatives and using their then very limited phone data to get information. Unlimited plans weren't super common, yet and phones weren't that smart yet. Word got out that there was an active threat inside the school. It was a student. The student had opened a backpack and revealed lighters, gasoline, knives, and what appeared to be a homemade explosive device. Later that day, we learned it was the kid I described above. The kid who had just been trying to make friends in the lunch line. The incident was reported when he approached his favorite teacher. He confided in her with a question. What do you do when part of you wants to do something really bad and the other doesn't? He had then allowed her to look in the backpack. This teacher handled the situation very empathetically and safely. I just sometimes think about how differently the day might have gone if that student, who is, last I heard, in custody, hadn't had a teacher he felt comfortable confiding in. To any teachers reading this, you make a huge difference. Keep being awesome. A bit personal for me, and though I'm sure this will be buried beneath the thousands of other answers, I'll share. My nephew and I are close in age. When he was a tween I was in my last teens. My sister, his mom, and his older brother lived with us. I spent a good part of my teens being a terrible role model. I smoked a lot of weed and spent a lot of times out on the town, being mischievous with my group of friends. My sister and I would often fight about not letting my young nephew go with us. I was open with her about what we were doing, and that my 11-year-old nephew didn't need to be around that stuff. He spent his teenage years in and out group homes. His behavior was so reckless my sister or his father were powerless, and it caused a lot of problems within the family. At 13 he went to juvenile detention for stealing a car. The following year strong-armed robbery. He got into drugs and crime. In his 20s he was a locally notorious unidentified cat burglar. Now he is in prison, doing 80 in Folsom on a murder charge. While he was in jail awaiting trial we had a chat about his behavior as a kid. It was during this conversation that he explained to me how badly he wanted to hang out with my friends back then, and that he felt like he never belonged. It broke my heart. I explained to him that at 11, he didn't need to be with my friends while we drank, smoked and made out with our BF/GFS. And while I know it's not the whole reason he sits in jail forever, I know it was a part of it. Okay, this is first hand, because I'm burning the village currently, so to speak. I'm the person that holds my family together. Just plain and simple. I'm the person my mother comes to whenever she needs anything done, or if she needs to vent about my father. I'm the person my father calls on to do literally anything for him. I'm also the only connection to my brother my parents have, because they're kinda major assholes to him. Anyways, I figured, since I'm the person that holds everyone together and keeps them from getting at each other's throats, I should at least be allowed to be myself. I'm trans. I came out to my mother as trans, and she equates me being trans to the death of my sister, her daughter, and disowned me. My father has disowned me in the past for not wanting me to do anything feminine because it makes me look gay and makes him uncomfortable. Well, here within the next year I'm moving to a different state across the country. and cutting contact with my mother and father, and letting my brother choose whether he wants me in his life or not. Needless to say, my mother and father will begin to argue again, as neither one will have anyone to talk to but each other, and my brother will most likely abandon them as well. Point moral of the story: love your children unconditionally, and don't use trauma to try and guilt them into being who you want them to be, or else you will never see them again. Love your children. I'm an electrician and I worked on a pretty large scale project that required me to lay miles of fiberglass conduit in concrete. The conduit was a very new type of conduit that hasn't been used much of anywhere that I know of. The stuff was very fragile and had a really sheety seal that was just a rubber compression gasket, and an idiot could tell it'd fail as soon as it was submerged in concrete. I told my foreman this after laying it for like an hour. He checked it out, then told our general foreman and superintendent. They said, we already ordered miles of the sheet and would pay a ton of fees if we cancelled, so they said use it anyway. We insisted they at least check it out and got our asses absolutely reamed for it. So we did what we were told, and 6 months later, when we were proofing the pipes, we could only get string in like half of the pipes and wire through like a third. There was supposed to be zero surface mounting on the project, and they ended up paying a fortune to repipe all the sheet. I didn't feel bad at all. The electrical contractor was extremely sketchy and everyone in upper management were terrible people, and conditions on the job would have been an OSHA gold mine if it weren't a government project. Point basically everyone there were assholes, so we just gave them enough rope to hang themselves. My aunt fits into this. Her father, my great uncle, was a jerk who was conservative when it came to his family, but had a wandering eye and was really fun to people not his immediate family. Her other siblings had other traits that made them independent and notable. She was really into fashion and stuff which her father didn't approve of, and was a beauty queen. She wasn't great at school. Her father all but called her a hoe. She got pressured into marrying her boyfriend, someone she had just been casually seeing. He got a job in a cold East European country and she moved with him. He turned out to be incredibly abusive, and his parents were too. She got a divorce. Her parents disapproved of her and took down the pictures in their house where she found someone else and got married again and found a really nice job, but she had a string of miscarriages. The personality issues stemming from the abuse make her marriage really fraught, and so many miscarriages can't help either. But she's now financially independent and owns a giant house. Point she's turned around and lashes out violently at her sister and brother, became really abusive to her parents, and cut out all family members. I'm very close to the sister, and she sees my aunt as a problem to be managed and a real pain in the ass, and takes a lot of her mental space. But the thing is, why doesn't anyone bother to be kind and understanding with her? Every time I say she's still affected by the abuse, I hear oh she exaggerates, or even I got divorced from an abusive marriage. But I don't spend all my time on self-pity, which is true, but it's very telling about the parents that both their daughters ended up in abusive relationships at an early age. The sister is mad my aunt doesn't open her large house up to refugees. The sister is a bleeding heart type, or doesn't take classes to learn more, or be more social. But hey, she learned distrust right from when you all started treating her like crap for wanting to be pretty instead of smart. Why would she want to share anything with the world that has given her nothing but garbage? I work with kids from the age of 3 till 12. They come to us if they can't go home after school, or during vacation we also do some activities with them. There is this one girl. She is the oldest of 3 and her mom had postnatal depression after she got the second child. The oldest was 3 at the time. I noticed she was not getting the attention she needed, so I told her she was amazing from time to time. Now this girl is 7 and her mom and family are doing great. Still, you can see she is still feeling insecure from time to time. I told my co-workers that her attitude is coming from this, but they wouldn't listen. I told them that we needed to let her feel secure, but they said she is just a stubborn child that needs discipline. This girl does play bossy and sometimes will ignore rules. Who doesn't at that age? But I approach her with love and kindness, while my co-workers approach her with discipline and punishment. They don't listen to her when she explains herself. It has gone so far that she now only listens to me. When I'm not at work, she does things that annoy my coworkers, and she is apparently a little brat. But when I'm there, she is the nicest girl. If I ask her why she don't listen to my coworkers, she says it's because they don't listen to her. She says she doesn't feel that they care for her, so why would she care for them? I guess I did this a little bit in my last job. I was the youngest employee, and as a result I always got burdened with extra tasks that the managers couldn't be bothered to do. The managers were terrible, and as a result we lost a lot of staff, and usually their work would fall on my shoulders. I always took the extra work because I was angling to get a managing position in another branch. My district manager had got me lined up to do the training and my personal manager found out. She didn't want me to take a manager's position because she was worried I'd report her branch for malpractice. What she did is every time someone quit she'd have their workload absorbed into mine on the assumption that I'd be too busy with my regular work to complete my manager training. I knew some of this extra work wasn't my duty, so I created training documents for the new staff, another of my extra duties, to fully outline what they were supposed to be doing. The problem was the manager wouldn't enforce it, so I still picked up the extra duties. It was one of those workplaces that, if one person didn't sew what they were meant to, nobody could, so I had to take the extra work. I cottoned on to the manager's attempts to drown me with work, so I started maliciously complying and taking every bit of extra work they asked. I also offered help a lot more. It was always under the guise of you look like you need a break, I'll give you a hand with this, or I took care of this for you, because I had some free time. I did this a lot, and because of the staff turnover eventually there was a whole lot of staff wandering around who were never really trained properly, because a lot of their duties were absorbed by me. My reasoning was that when I left they'd realize just how much I did, and they'd crash and burn without me. I got myself set up with another job when I overheard the manager saying to the assistant manager that they couldn't afford to lose me, so they were going to secretly withdraw my manager's application. I handed in my notice in the next week. At the same time I deleted all the little guides and training instructions I'd created for the new staff and basically erased all the things I'd created to make others' jobs easier. When I left there wasn't a single member of staff fully trained with what they were supposed to do, so the managers were basically screwed. For weeks after I left I'd still have employees contact me for help on how to do things / where things were. The branch got closed about 3 months after, and I can't say I'm sorry to see it. I worked in banking for a time. My manager and a few of the higher ups all talked a big game about accountability and the importance of reporting process infractions, but would turn a blind eye for their friends or top earners while punishing anyone they didn't like. Because I tried to do the right thing in a corporate environment, that meant I was a pariah. Because I tried to be honest and kind to my fellows, I was viewed as weak. I kept track of multiple times in which issues were swept under the rug. People had blatantly gone against policy, violating both laws and rights of other staff and customers. Big ol' list of shame. Then they started trying to push me out, but couldn't find anything I'd done wrong to use against me, so they started raising my KPIs week after week to insane heights, then claiming I couldn't hit those numbers, therefore was failing, therefore needed to be removed. I tracked every interaction, every instance of inconsistency, every sideways comment made against me. When I was in my last week with the company I set up an email detailing everything I'd seen, everything I'd recorded, and everything I knew they didn't want to come to light. I sent this email to everyone in upper management, the CEO, the head of ours, everyone. It automatically got sent 1 minute before closing on my last day. Because I was already being fired for not meeting expectations, and I had no interest in re-entering the banking sector. I didn't care anymore. I heard from a few of the people I knew, and weren't assholes, still working there, that the manager I was directly under got fired, several were investigation, and potentially facing criminal charges, and it prompted the entire company to review its internal policies. I stopped paying attention to any news after that, because I didn't care anymore. I'd had my fill of vengeance. I had a new life to lead outside them. When I was working at one of the only grocery stores in my town, it was in the deli/bakery area, slicing meat, handing out portions of the salads in the case, taking cake orders, etc. Worked there just shy of full time and would normally come in just after open and work until close. Things were fine there at first, but the fact that I'm a hard worker and usually just want to help as much as possible started to bite me in the ass. They went from appreciating my work ethic to beaching when I couldn't finish closing the entire department alone. For those who haven't worked in a deli/bakery before, there's a lot of cleanup at the end of the night, even for 2 people. One such night, I was forced to run alone because folks had called out for X reason. There had been a huge rush that night, and management had made sure to stop by and warn me that not getting everything done wasn't an option. Yeah, okay Ralph. Went about my business. It finally got late at night, and I had this weird moment of clarity, standing amid the chaos in the back. 2 sinks full of dishes, no hot water to wash with, a deep fryer that hadn't been touched, floors and garbage to start on. Both deli slices were dirty. I was expected to be out by 11 p.m. It was like 10:35. There was no way I was getting all this done. For whatever reason, that moment just hit me like a ton of bricks, and I decided I was thoroughly tired of being overworked and underappreciated. I busted my ass for that place, even shadowing 2 other departments, to make sure things would run smoothly. I took off my gloves and hairnet, and wrote a nice long nastygram for the morning supervisor, and left that taped to the table, and just walked. They never bothered to call me. Went in a week later to get my last paycheck, and folks kept looking at me like I had a 3rd head. As I was signing off for my check, the clerk leans over the counter in awe and flat out asks me, "But why did you do it?" So I told her the first thing that came to mind. I got tired of the taste of shit, so I quit eating it, grabbed my money and left. Years ago, I worked at a major hardware store. Each year, they had a commercial sales week with deals on stuff people in the business commonly used all week and a free lunch on Friday consisting of burgers, hot dogs, chips, soda, etc. I had worked there for over 4 years at that point and dealt with a lot of BS. My annual raises were a joke, only $0.03-0.09 a raise each year, despite getting praise from corporate, cowhawkers, and customers. Plus, my latest review/raise was 3 months overdue. I was told by management that I'd get a higher position, but was always passed up for managers' friends. I applied and interviewed at various places, and finally got a call back saying I could start whenever I wanted. It just so happened I received that call on the Friday morning of the commercial sales free lunch. All that week, the managers had me running rampant, taking care of things well beyond my position, while other cowhawkers hung out with contractors. On Friday, they also prepared for the lunch. Numerous coolers filled with meat and soda, racks of buns, 5 feet tall pallet/skid of chips, had 4 big BBQ pits going at once. The plan was to start serving at 11 am. I took my lunch break at just before 11. I sat in my car, writing a letter of resignation effective today, since I had to start the new job Monday. Just before I went back to clock in, I called the local health department anonymously, acting like a customer concerned with how a hardware store was serving food and if they were following appropriate health guidelines. Once on the clock, I made myself scarce from the lunch commotion. Right around noon at the lunch's busiest, the health inspector showed up, shut it down instantly, threatened a fine of $500 for every burger served, and stuck around for an hour to make sure the grills were extinguished and no customers got a burger/hot dog. The hungry contractors expecting food grabbed chips and soda and left. The burgers that were already cooked were allowed to be put in the break room for employees, which some cowhawkers really appreciated the free lunch. I pulled a couple orders for a friendly cowhawker. By that time, it was 2 p.m. and the chaos of the lunch had died down. The sales manager, oversaw commercial sales, was stupid mad, since he acted high and mighty all week and the lunch was his crown jewel, despite having done none of the work, was ruined. While he was busy ranting to the guys in commercial sales, I visited the general manager with my resignation letter in hand, explained how I was regretful I had to leave with no notice, but I was offered an opportunity that I couldn't pass up. The GM was very understanding and offered that if I ever wanted to come back, He'd hire me instantly. Left his office, made my way back to the commercial desk, and that's when I heard the GM on the intercom call the SM to his office. I grabbed a soda, sat down with my friendly coworker, who emphasized with me, and told him I just quit and was gonna clock out early. The next month, I hung out with that coworker and told him what all actually happened. He laughed with a serves them right for how they treated me and informed me that the SM was demoted and transferred to another store, and 2 other good coworkers got moved up to higher positions. I made 50% plus more money at my new job. My mom bailed when I was 1.5 and my dad worked a 12-hour swing shift with overtime, so I spent a majority of my childhood with babysitters who all ended up being the grizzled middle-ages women with their own kids, who were already burnt out. When my dad was home he did sort of the standard tough love thing, and he did his best at raising me. I don't fault him for anything, and we are very close now that I'm nearly 30. But anyway, when I started school I got bullied, and I was a real sensitive kid, so I didn't handle it well. By high school I got wrapped up with the punks and outcasts, because they were the only people to accept me. We did plenty of bad shit and got away with it, but during the winter of 9th grade I got locked up for 2 months at a sort of camp for wayward boys thing for setting a fire. Then the summer after 10th grade I got hit with 3 felonies, thousands in restitution, and years of probation for setting an outdoor modular classroom at the school on fire. Totally not a pyromaniac, even had a psych evaluation to prove it, but just always seemed to get caught for my bullshit behavior once fire was involved. Not sure you wanted such a literal response, but there it is. Makes sense that I enjoy the phrase "I like to sit back and watch the world burn." It's a figure of speech, obviously. I might be misphrasing it, but in essence there came a point in my childhood where I stopped being affected by my mom's anger. Her yelling almost became a story to tell, and trivial because it came about so often. From a young age I had to understand that I was mentally unwell for myself to not be affected by it. She is a loving person with a good heart that needs a couple decades of therapy. Simply put, she has mental illnesses that affects her temperament. Oftentimes she is only able to recognize the consequences of her actions in the aftermath. Anyways, at one point, I planned/hoped for a scenario where I would be able to direct my mom's inevitable anger away from one of my siblings onto me. There are few things my siblings can do that will surpass the fact that I'm the gay atheist of the family, and for a while, I felt like that was the ultimate trump card. Up until the moment I unintentionally left the closet, I wanted to tell her, while she was in the middle of a fight with one of my siblings. In that moment I would have had control. I would have steered her anger away from my siblings, who are not as numb to it, onto me, and the chaos that would have ensued would have been beautiful. This whole thing transpired on a Minecraft server the summer after my sophomore year of high school. First, let me introduce you to some characters first. There was this weird dude from high school, like weird. Generally antisocial and a bit of a neckbird who was an annoying asshole. No one really liked him. The owner of the server was a good-natured guy and inclusive towards people, even the neckbird, despite this neckbird annoying the hell out of owner and following him around like a lost puppy during school. He was nice to a fault. My friend was a cool dude who kept to himself, nice guy, but he had a vendetta against neckbird. My friend and I were also well acquainted with the server owner, and we all shared a Discord server along with neckbird, owner, and some of the owner's friend group. A week after the world had been started and everyone was diamond clad and working on their mega bases, the neckbird joined. Against his better judgment, and to great dismay among the server members, especially my friend, the owner decided to let him in. Anyway, neckbird has no items and is looking to get diamonds quick. I have to mention that everyone grinded for their gear and bases on their own BTW, but this dude the neckbird systematically begs everyone to give him diamonds because he's new, and it's only fair. Sadly for the neckbird, no one gives him diamonds and everyone told him to go get it on his own as everyone else did. It was only fair after all, right? But neckbird turns to the owner and manipulates his good side and is rewarded with a full iron set along with a shiny new diamond pick. Neckbird eventually gains enough levels via our communal mob farm to go enchant his pick. He uses our enchantment table and steals all of our communal lapis. When confronted by the owner, neckbird claims he needed it to decorate his house. The owner politely asks for the lapis back, and neckbird caves. My friend and I cracked a scheme to get revenge on this neckbird by stealing all of his coal, smelting glass, and building him a base out of it. We would also put a communal furnace in the enchanting room, and decided to put the excess coal in said furnace. We pulled our scheme the next time he was offline. We head over to his base looking for this coal, and neckbird had casually left a stack of the coal blocks in a messy double chest. We steal the coal and get to smelting. All's going well, and the prank was pulled off successfully. Neckbird's house was an ugly wooden box with a high ceiling that we tore down and remade in glass. He who lives is a glass house, right? My friend and I bounce and eagerly wait for the Discord server to blow up. Neckbird was livid. He demands to know who had the audacity to steal all of his hard-earned coal and grief his amazing house. No one comes forward and all is silent once the neckbird's tirade is over. Neckbird threatens to whine to the owner, but neckbird is still left confessionless despite his efforts. The owner investigates and asks for whoever did it to apologize and hash out their issues with neckbird. Again everyone is dead silent. Friend and I quietly get online and decide that neckbird terrorism is not worth it, and we decide to reverse our prank. We rebuilt his little house and left a sorry sign outside. We assume that we had resolved our issues with the neckbird and go on. Everyone is playing happily for a week and neckbird quieted down but still wants a confession. The owner tells neckbird to get over it and move on. Predictably, neckbird does not. All the server members figured everything was fine and that neckbird would learn to deal with it. We were dead wrong. Over the course of that week the neckbird had been stockpiling enough TNT to rival even Russia's nuclear arsenal. In the night he destroyed everyone's now fully complete base, even owners. In his infinite pettiness neckbird leaves sorry signs outside of everyone's bases. Nice one. The following day, when we get on we blow up the Discord. We knew it was neckbird and pointed the finger squarely at him. Owner comes to investigate and sees his own base destroyed. In a DM we admit we had first pranked the neckbird, but that we had also reversed the prankers to minimize neckbird's animosity. Owner's cool with it and promptly bans neckbird and rolls back the server to a save from a couple days earlier. All is well, and we never speak to neckbird again. The 8th of May 10 summer. In retrospect, I'm glad I was bullied in high school because it gave me a chance to be an absolute dick to everyone and give zero shits about what I said or did. Originally, I was super sweet and friendly to everybody, and in my situation, this led to people taking advantage of me. I won't go into much details about how I acted, but it's not a question that I was a friendly person. It was an amazing stress reliever to be able to throw every low ball I could by going down to and even below their level and make fun of them for things they couldn't control and giving them emotional scars. Things like calling them white trash, degenerate hicks, and especially making fun of where they grew up and lived because many of them lived in trailer parks just brought a smile to my eye. Eventually, they obviously would retaliate, but being in my position, I was easily able to press charges and hurt them and their families even more. Now, the best part about my situation is that they get to see me enjoying college on social media, see my business succeed, seeing that I'm making something of my life and becoming more and more successful as the days go by. Meanwhile, quite a few of the people from high school are spending their days driving tractors trying to support their 19-year-old girlfriends and kids. I'm chilling on the beach with a cigar and passively earning more in 1 hour than they earn in over a day working their shitty jobs. Moral of the story, am I an asshole? Yes. Can you be pushed to the edge and just lose it? Also yes, maybe not the ideal solution for a bully to learn their lesson, but it faking works. I love being alone and have goals of living the rest of my life getting rich and being alone. Chicago. I was visiting about 5 years ago and watched two guys approach a bar in a busy tourist hotspot and be denied access because the bar was closed, even though the door guy had just told me it was open until 3 AM. This was at like 12:30. They weren't drunk. They were nicely dressed. I had no idea what was happening and figured maybe these guys had some bad history at the bar. Turns out, they didn't. One guy was white, one black. The white guy tells the bouncer there won't be any problems and the black guy pulls out his ID to show the door guy that he's a medical student at Notre Dame. Like it was an interview to get into the bar. A bar, not a club. I still didn't understand what was happening. The conversation went back and forth, both guys pleading that they had traveled to the bar to see their friends who were inside. Long story short, the door guy wasn't letting the one dude in because he was black, and everyone knew it. Lots of pleading from them and some chiming in from me. You just said you were open until 3 and the guy eventually got in. But what the actual F asterisk asterisk asterisk. The whole thing was gross. I honestly couldn't believe it. This is Chicago. So my takeaway, Chicago has all of these problems for myriad reasons. But the biggest one seems to be a culture of racism that screws everything up. Imagine turning 21 in your hometown, and a bunch of places won't let you in, to have a drink, to celebrate with your pals because you're black. That happens in Chicago. People expect those kids to have a connection to their community. Come on. Gross Chicago. I'd have to say I sort of fall into this category, although I more or less burned myself down to try and cope. My dad died when I was like 5 or so, and my mom just couldn't cope. She kept up the facade for a few years, but untreated grief wore her down. Plus she's as stubborn as a bull and wouldn't accept help from my dad's family to the point that she cut contact with them entirely. Up until a few years ago it had been over a decade since I saw or spoke to any of them. She got pretty heavy into Vicodin and started mismanaging money really badly, was hardly present for us, and just couldn't provide the love and support I needed as I was also dealing with untreated grief. As I started recognizing what was going on and realizing how horrible our situation was, it began to wear on me. I didn't want to be like her, so I avoided pills, but I was so sad and angry all the time to the point that if I wasn't basically disassociating with books, music, TV, etc. I was drunk off my ass at 15 having sex with total strangers 10 to 50 years older than me, just to feel loved for a little. While around 16 I had a phone that my best friend's mom paid for, so that someone could get a hold of me, since we frequently didn't have power and my mom's phone would get shut off. One night she was using it because her service had been cut, and she started snooping around my texts and read a conversation I had with a social worker at my school about how much I hated being so poor. She felt guilty, and instead of doing the right thing, kicking the pills, getting her shit together, she imploded on me and basically told me if I didn't like it, I could get the fuck out. This was honestly an empty threat, but I knew that if I stayed I would just had to deal with more verbal and emotional abuse. It was dead of winter and the buses didn't stop at my house, and I knew even if I could wake my mom up she'd just be a dickhead to me, so I chose to walk through a snowstorm in whatever I could wear that would keep me from freezing my toes off. At the end of the day, instead of getting on the bus home, I convinced my social worker to release me to my nana, even though she wasn't an emergency contact, and finally got out of that hellhole. I'm 22 now, in a loving relationship of 5 years, living on my own, and making better money, and living a better life than my mother could ever provide me. She's still drug addicted, and broke with all of her kids having left her. Moral of the story, I guess, is that the fire might burn, but the ash can make great fertilizer. I kinda did this up until last year. I had sang with a choir that sang primarily Gregorian chant and sacred polyphony for a Catholic Latin mass for 11 years, and I was organist for 5 of those years. Although at one point, there were only 4 of us, 3 women and 1 man, but I stuck with it, and being forced to be the only one on our part, we quickly grew as musicians in a good way. The previous priest was awesome, appreciative, and generally grateful for our time and efforts. At the time he was assigned to a new parish, the choir had grown to around 8 people. Then comes the new priest. I still don't know if I should attribute his actions to ignorance or malice. Probably more ignorance and inexperience than anything else, but I suspect some malice too. He was someone who had faced little adversity and was the oldest son in a big homeschooling Catholic family, so he wasn't used to hearing no. Anyways, he rarely talked to me or the choir director, except to tell us we needed to do certain things differently. I should play quieter and for shorter periods of time. The scholar needed to stick with more chant and less polyphony. It got to the point that every time I could see he wanted to talk to me, my first thought was, oh, fuck, what have I done wrong now? After 3.5 years of this, and lots of therapy, where I realized I didn't need to put up with this anymore, I gave my notice. I also left the Catholic Church, but that's a story for another post. But one of the reasons why I left was in part this priest. Not that I wasn't looking elsewhere before things got to the point I couldn't stay anymore and stay sane, but he made it extremely easy to not look back. Honestly, the only reason why I stayed so long is that I was very close to several people in the Scala, including the choir director. I felt bad about leaving them, and I thought that my leaving could possibly have a detrimental effect on everyone left. The last decision this priest made, right after I gave notice, was that he wanted only the men, the majority of which had been singing chant for 4 months or less. The women had 40+ years of experience combined to sing for Advent. The fact I felt relief that I would be gone before then let me know I'd made the right decision to leave. So, September of last year, I said goodbye to that job and to the Catholic Church. Advent and Christmas came and went. The priest wanted men only to sing for Lent. The choir director and all of the women quit. Just gone. Done. A couple of them reached out to me to tell me that they felt that since I left, they felt they could leave. A consequence of this was the fact that particular mass at that parish collected the most for the offering plate, and I don't think it's prideful to say it was mostly because of the choir. In fact, most people drove a minimum of 30 minutes to go to that specific mass. With me gone, and the choir director and other women gone, the choir was the very inexperienced men, and the one man who had been singing chant for 14 years. But singing and directing are two different skills. Attendance and offerings started to drop off mid-February, and of course, everything was closed down in mid-March due to pandemic. Because this priest couldn't accept women in leadership, my previous choir director and I are women, and that was what was behind his decision to limit our voices. We left, and in the end, the pastor of that church, the priest I've been talking about was the associate, called me up several months after I quit to ask me if the priest was the reason. He also spoke to the other women who quit, and the last I heard, this priest was chewed out for making such a big decision, not allowing women to sing during certain seasons, and reminded that he was not the pastor, and he had to run every single decision by the pastor first, since he obviously couldn't be trusted to make good ones. I'm sad that this choir is just gone now. I spent many happy years there, until poor leadership came in, and made it miserable for me and everyone else. I have to say, I'm much happier now, and I've not been in such a good place since shortly after that priest was first assigned. I was the eldest of 2 sons. I was always responsible and H was the black sheep. Their parents worked hard and grew a small family business. I had to drop after school sports to help manage the business. He worked hard at school and work and helped bring in modern ways to the business. I had to leave for college. He was gone for a few years but came back. He still didn't know what to do with his life, so while he was figuring it out, he came back home. He began working to grow the business into 2 diverse arms of the industry. He knew H wanted one of the arms for himself, and he knew that his little brother wasn't going to amount to much else, so he stepped back and let his brother take ownership. Unfortunately, the Great Recession happened, and the older arm of the business died. But fortunately, A had been working on a major $500,000 cash injection into the arm his brother was put in charge of. This fortunately happened a year before the downturn of the economy and a year after the economy had tanked. The arm had tripled in size. Furthermore, A was working on real estate for his parents' retirement. He knew that they could not continue working, so he wanted to make sure that he built up their passive income portfolio enough to cover their current standard of living. A finally gave them the financial freedom he thought his parents deserved. And A also knew what he wanted to do, go into real estate. A's father told him thank you for the help, and that's when A replied that it wasn't just help, but actual work that he did. His father didn't see it that way. A asked, well, was H helping out too? And the father said of course not, he is actually working. A was floored. After all his hard work, it was discounted to just help. He decided from then on to not help his parents with any more help related to the businesses or the real estate. Some time passed, and H ended up bankrupting the business. The parents were too old to restart everything, so they asked A for help. A agreed to help because he didn't want all of his parents' years of hard work go to waste. But they would need to hire him. He said that he would charge them $100K to refinance all of their loans, which equaled to roughly 5%, and he would take a 20% cut of the after renovation value of the real estate portfolio, which would come out to $4.9 million. The parents said that price was too high. I said that he gave them the help for free before, but they did not value it. Now if they wanted to retire within 2 years instead of another 10, they would have to pay him for his services. They chose to sign the contract and he helped them retire with more money than they ever had in their lives. I worked at an auto parts store as a delivery driver for the hub store for a while. Basically when they tell you we don't have that part in, but we can have it here by 6, I was the guy bringing it from the bigger store. Point, we had a manager there that was definitely all coked up pretty much all the time, but thought he was sneaky about it, but he was basically just way too amped about everything all the time, but occasionally he would slip up on some of the details of day-to-day stuff. This turned into him a few times deciding to change up the schedule after it was posted and forgetting to tell anybody. So, I kept getting calls on my days off like an hour after the route was supposed to leave, with whoever was the shift manager freaking out about where I was, which was in bed, because on my schedule it was my day off. Now I lived about an hour to an hour and a half bus ride from the shop, so there was no way I could make it in before the next route would be leaving anyway, so there really wasn't anything I could do. Unfortunately, since this was a big corporate company, these got run up as no call no shows, and after he did this like 4 times in a month I got marked for mandatory termination. He doesn't tell me this though. He tells me that I'm getting suspended conveniently until the next paychecks show up in the mail. I've been through this before at another job, and they do that because, in my state, after they fire you, they have to have your last check in your hands within like 48 hours. So I show up to my shift already knowing what's up, and sure enough, as soon as I show up I get told I have to go to his office. He drops the news that the system mandates that they have to fire me because of his fuck up on the schedule. He tries to be apologetic and tells me that after the 90-day lockout he'd happily hire me back. I tell him if I'll still need the job in 90 days I'll just come hang myself in the warehouse. He didn't really know how to respond to that, so he leaves me to finish up my termination paperwork. Point, since we were a big hub store, the district manager was often around and came in to work on something and asks me why I had missed so many shifts. I tell him that I didn't, and I'm basically getting fired because the manager has a coke problem he can't deal with. He asks if I really think he does coke, and I was like, come on man. The dude is always bouncing out of his office super amped in the morning with a bad case of the sniffles. Everyone knows he's doing blow in his office. He's chewing on that, and I take off. Point, a few years later I ran into one of my buddies who worked there and asked him whatever happened to the manager. Dude, he got fired like a month after you left. I guess corporate found out he was doing a bunch of coke and they had to con him. Damn shame. TLDR, shitty coked up manager got me fired for his own fuck up, tipped off upper management and returned the favor. I used to work at the Canadian version of Dunkin' Donuts for 2.5 years. I started noticing very thorough I was the most qualified and had been there longer than anyone on my shift. I was never promoted, so I started talking to my supervisors and even they agreed I should be promoted and requested it. Later the general manager said I wasn't promoted cause I was a liability to one of our new staff members. That was their family friend's kid. Okay beach, then tell me that. So I decided I was going to leave. But I was going to take them down with me. I began starting with the labor laws that they were breaking, not giving people a required break, underpaying, not paying overtime properly, etc. I was also head of the safety inspection team, so there was a few things I let slide, cause budgeting. I went full Karen on their asses, empty first aid for entire time I'm there, called WorkSafe BC, and the inspection people, got them to order new gloves for the bakers as the old ones had holes, getting the machine that shocks people replaced. I also started getting my co-workers to openly talk about their pay. If you don't know, there is a full-on law that allows this, and a company cannot take action against that employees for talking about pay. Turns out most of the senior staff were either paid less than new employees or equal. That got some jimmers rustled. I then put in my 2 weeks notice, which I later learned a lot of other people did. The store is now run very poorly and all the employees are from overseas, and they later fired the GM, so it's now run even worse. How I quit my last job. Buckle up, this is a long one. I started from the very bottom, worked my way up, got sick of being disrespected, and left. I got the job of assistant general manager at a different location. My first day, my general manager was 10 minutes later than I was. She was 5 months pregnant at the time. This will be important later. I was introduced to some Hispanic employees that did not speak English. I'm Caucasian, but I speak enough Spanish to get by in the restaurant world. My new co-managers, I was technically their boss, immediately stated they felt I did not deserve the job as I was too young to be their boss. I do not care about age, race, gender, any of that. If you are a good employee, I will work with you gladly. Only 1 month in, and I was right where I was before. The employees said the other managers would talk behind my back. I would be the one working odd hours, work till 11:30 PM then have to be back at 6:30 AM. I was the one who had to remedy any customer issues or complaints. One day when I was the only manager, one of my Hispanic employees got into it with me because he took a break in the middle of a rush, right after I asked him to wait 10 minutes. When he tried to clock back in after break, I told him just go home, you can have the rest of the day off. He then decided in front of customers to yell at me in Spanish, "Fuck you, you faking pig, you are a piece of shit." I clocked him out at that point. Told a Hispanic employee to tell him he is fired and he is no longer needed. They didn't. He stormed out of the store. I apologized to all customers present and offered free desserts as a way to try not to receive negative reviews. I immediately emailed my area manager, my general manager, and the company comment line for employees stating what had happened. I explained in detail and had witnesses who backed me up. I had a meeting with my general manager. She told me that it would be dealt with accordingly. I had the weekend off expecting it to be handled. When I got back, to my surprise, the employee who I fired was back too. The company I worked for stated directly in the handbook, making a scene, excessive language, disrespecting coworkers or managers was grounds to be fired. The general manager told me he is sorry, he has worked here for 8 years, and he needs this job. He did not mean any of that and sincerely apologizes. When the employee came to apologize, he would not look at me, did not apologize for anything he said, but apologized for taking a break in a rush. I said that is unacceptable and what he did was wrong. My manager told me to let it go. A month later he quit on his own. Thank goodness another month goes by. My general manager has her child 1 month premature. So it was my job to run the store. I had 3 months experience at this location and received none of the GM/AGM training, just thrown into it. Within the 2 months of my boss being on paternity leave, I had nearly turned the restaurant around. Reviews were up, employee morale was up. We had lost 2 managers, but I hired 3 more. We had other stores managers coming in to fill when needed. I had hired at least 5 new hard-working employees. As soon as my general manager got back, she was amazed at how it was running. Said I was doing a good job. My area manager even gave me credit. It was also discussed about a raise in the near future. However, as my general manager took the reins back, the old ways came back too. Employees were disrespectful to each other. She hired a manager who did not meet our standards to give her a chance, and soon again, I had to work long and odd hours so my boss could be with her child. Now I'm all for a new mother being with her child as much as possible. But if they are interfering with work, you may have to take more time off or step down. She would come in a half hour late because my fiance can't put him to bed like I can, she would say. She would leave early as she can't wait to get home and see my baby. This was taking a toll on me mentally and physically. I was working 50 to 60 hour weeks and she was working maybe 30-hour weeks. I was responsible for ordering food, supplies, setting up maintenance, running the store. Meanwhile, when she was in, she would show employees baby photos and sit on the computer. She would go pump breast milk for an hour at a time. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how long that takes. Fast forward another couple of months. We received a new area manager. It turned out he was the manager that opened that location when it was first built. He is personal friends with all the OG employees because of this, goes to parties with them and such. I'm working alone in the morning. My general manager was supposed to come in at 11 AM before the lunch rush, however something came up, and she couldn't come in until 3 at the earliest. I tried to call another store to see if they could lend me a manager. The lunch rush came, and we got slammed. One of my employees then asked if she could go on break. I said give me 10 minutes until it dies down. She did not listen. She left her station, and we got railed. Exact repeat of the first time. She came back, and I told her to go home. She started calling me in Spanish, a dumbus, a fat pig, faking useless piece of shit all in front of customers. I told her, get out, you can talk with the area manager, if you are fired. She left. About 20 minutes passed, the tension fell, and we started to work well again. Then the employee who I sent home, and her husband comes through the back door of the kitchen. He was also an employee. I say what are you doing here? He tells me that I need to learn how to respect his wife. He will fuck me up, and to watch out he says that he will be calling the area manager about what happened. I say is that a threat? What do you mean, watch out? I'm not going to be threatened by an employee. He says you better watch out, then leaves. I call my area manager and my general manager explaining exactly what happened. I had many employees as witnesses who were also concerned for their safety. I called another store and had a manager come as soon as possible. I told my area manager and general manager I would get the store covered and be leaving. This was not an issue at the time, keep in mind. Then I was going to go home for my safety concerns. I was told that would be okay. The other manager came. I briefed him on everything and said, if it gets too busy before my general manager comes in, call me and I will come back. I won't be happy to, but I will point. The next day I worked. My area manager said he was gonna be coming in to discuss what happened. When I showed up, the employee whose husband threatened me was there to work. I said, if she can be respectful, I will work with her. She agreed. It was a delivery day. I put away the whole delivery, dry stuff and all myself. I didn't have to, but wanted to be nice and move past what happened. I finished the whole opening routine for the morning manager and had all the prep done. My area manager came in about an hour before opening. I told him what happened, how I was concerned for my safety, about how I had been running the restaurant for the last 5-ish months single-handedly. Asked about the raise that I was supposed to be receiving, and expressed that the employees openly disrespect me based on my age and ethnicity. The only thing he said to me, but you left early. I explained my safety concerns. I explained I had the store covered, and I told the other manager to call me if he needed anything at all. He said once again you left early when you were scheduled, though I asked him are you concerned about the 2 employees threatening me at all? I'm seriously concerned about me, my safety, my health and well-being. He said we will get there. When we get there I asked him if he was ignoring what had happened because of his personal relationship with the 2 employees. He had no answer. I asked about my raise. He said that's not probable at this point. I stated, yes, I messed up leaving early. However, I have had other small problems in the past with those employees. I had write-ups to prove it. I asked if this is grounds to fire the employees as it was their 3rd strike. He said that we need to give them another shot. I said this is not fair to me. I'm being denied a raise. I'm unable to penalize employees for disrespecting me when I'm their boss. I'm being penalized for taking steps to protect myself. And you are saying we should act like this didn't happen. He said that's up to you, not me. I said, if I can't have any say, if I can be threatened, if all this can happen, and you can't agree with me to see this is wrong, I can't work here. He said he was sorry to hear that point. I slid the key off of my key ring, set it on the table, and told him to have a good day. I quit just like that. Boom, fuck it, I'm out. Didn't make a scene, didn't go yell at the employee who threatened me with her husband. None of that. Grabbed my stuff, said goodbye to the one cool Hispanic employee I befriended, told the area manager what still had to be done before open, and I left. I emailed corporate about what had happened and got almost nowhere. 1 month later, my general manager quit, the area manager resigned, all the good employees I had kept their quit, and the place was once again in shambles. No regrets. I was one of the top students in my pharmacy school. I outperformed literally everybody. I'm not a douche, so I won't go into all the specifics, but I also partied my ass off every chance I got. Before long I gained a bad reputation and the rumor mill started churning out lies about me. I did things no other student could ever do. I ended up landing a job as a clinical specialist straight out of school with zero residency training. Literally managed to do the impossible, working on its stuff, and building out clinical trial protocols in the EHR. The administration told me I was crazy, said I had to apply for residency, because it helped their metrics basically. They denied me admittance to the leadership society. Then 1 month I had a preceptor force me to commit insurance fraud while on rotations. I'm talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. I told the university, and they threw it back in my face, and said I could fail that monthly learning experience or stick it out. I then reported all of my emails, and said fraud by going over the pharmacy school administration's head, and the house of cards is currently collapsing as we speak. They're lucky I didn't sue. I think I have the right story for this. I worked at a coffee shop for 1.5 years, before I walked out. I worked really hard every day. I genuinely enjoyed the job, and I was made friends with the other staff. The problem was my manager. She had something against me, and I still couldn't tell you what it was. She would talk to me like I was stupid. She wouldn't trust me to do the most simple tasks, and she talked behind my back to other employees. My theory is that she was jealous of me because I was young and pretty while she was in her mid-50s and had a smoking addiction. My mental health had been going through a rough patch, and the days at work were harder on me than usual. I pushed through because I was saving up for a car at the time, and I appreciated the free food. One day I come in as usual, and one of the new girls I was supposed to be training handed me an envelope with my name on it, saying it was from our manager. I opened it, and she had written me up for not mopping the floor. There wasn't any specification other than that. I was pissed. Not only did she make this up, she had the new girl give this to me instead of giving it to me herself. She expected me to sign it, basically as a rhyme salary. I won't do it again. I checked the disagree box, and wrote out the reason why. I said that this was obviously a lie, and it was obviously some form of personal hatred. I put my very gross, unwashed, and sweaty work shirt on her desk along with my name tag and a note. I walked out. Other people followed from the housekeeping unit because they had pretty bad beef with their boss too. I'd say about 20 different people walked out of their jobs on the same day due to different managers being stuck up and childish assholes. I'm the child in this story. I'm also autistic and have never fit in with my family. My dad never wanted kids. My mom was an abusive monster that wanted kids. On my dad's deathbed, he told me my mom had raped him, and that was the only reason I exist. Same as my sisters a few years later. He died shortly after, and my uncles had loaned my dad about $67,000 collectively. So, 2 months later, the debts still haven't been paid, because insurance is being a cunt and my parents changed something a few days before my dad died. My uncles, who are millionaires, by the way. One bought his daughter a BMW and the other bought his son and daughter an F-150 and a horse, respectively. I've always fought with my mom and she broke my jaw when I was 18, backhanded me in the face with a ringed hand and other shit. I was no better. I yelled and screamed and hit her in self-defense. She hit me because I was annoying. So, 2 months after my dad died, my uncles are harassing my mom for the money because she was in charge of it. I see a golden opportunity and I take it. I wrote a 2,000-word email to all my family members, all the family friends and everyone else who knew my mom. I wrote what my dad said to me. I wrote that my cousin was amateur porn star for a time, with links to all the videos I could find of her. This is the same cousin with the BMW. I wrote that one of my sister's friends made a porno 2 months after her 18th birthday. Wrote what my uncles had written to my mom about the money. How they've been waiting for it for 6 months. Even though my dad only died 2 months later. I wrote about how my mom abused the fuck out of me. Admittedly, I embellished a lot of it, but I wrote it with soul. 6 days later I found out my mom killed herself. When my sister dropped by my apartment to tell me, I broke her nose. And I knew my uncles would probably never get their money, which did put a smile on my face. The following week, I stole her ashes and dumped them down the toilet. No one ever found out what happened to them. And a month later, I found out my cousin from the porn had been expelled from uni, lost her car and her boyfriend, and had been disowned by her parents. My sister's friend had also killed herself. And my grandma died around Christmas. I don't have an exact date. Oh, and my sisters were so distraught that one of them lost her scholarship, which was also her only source of income, while the other was got a DUI, or whatever. They are both barely scraping by now. So, with a single email, I faking obliterated a large chunk of my family, destroyed others and just really faked them up. In response to all of this, I went on vacation to London, England in November, and have no regrets. I still talk to some of the family friends. Not all, but some. I have never been happier than with this email. I guess it's time to out myself as a jerk. Many moons ago, when we first started crawling online the internet, there was a fandom for a video game. The video game title in questions has numbers after it. There was a message board where the people went to hang out for this message board. I started going there and quickly realized that my fandom was corrupt, gross, and full of people maybe shouldn't hang out. But I had made friends though, so I attempted to talk to them about some of the things that probably needed to change in the fandom. Example, one poster was like 28, married, with 2 kids, but she spent all her time online with a 16-year-old posting sex messages where he would strangle her. The 16-year-old was super defensive of the 28-year-old woman. Anyhow, this was a public forum. A lot of people of various ages and from various countries came upon this forum. At the same time, I had started a web page. Back then you could find online coding to make something similar to fanfiction, net or achieve of our own. So I got together $100 plus by saving from my after school job. I made this for my fandom. There were over 800 pieces of fan art and fanfics on there. Literally it was an archive that all you needed to do was sign up and put your stuff on it. I was in that particular fandom for a few years. Eventually, things came to a head. I was known for my ideals of justice and being somewhat rigid with them. I admit I was one of the issues with the fandom. I told the 28-year-old to tell her little 16-year-old to stop sending me emails about how he was going to kill me. This caused a particular large fight on this message board. The 28-year-old woman and 16-year-old were extremely popular with basically everyone. Personally, I never liked either. They just felt fake and off. I was kicked out and told to never come back. So I left and never went back. But when I left, I took all my personal information on the people. I deleted my whole webpage to the fandom. I received many messages about that webpage being the only place they had saved their art. Turns out a lot of people were saving their personal emails on it. It was around the time of floppy disks after all. The fandom didn't support me though. They were too happy to follow the lead of the owner of the message board. And then, I had suspected for some time that some people were telling lies. So I contacted the Department of Family and Children's Services. The married 28-year-old, turns out she was in her 40s. And the 16-year-old boy she was sibbering with on a public message board. He was 12 years old when he started. He was still underage when I reported him. So I sat back and watched the 40-year-old lose her place as top dog in the fandom, her job, her husband, and her 2 adorable kids that she was so proud of. As for the underage kid, don't worry, as soon as I found out I contacted his parents and told them the whole story, left the information for the 40-year-old woman with them, and told them that maybe their kid shouldn't be alone on the internet. Rumor mill says eventually the 12-year-old kid ended up going to juvie as he tried so hard to get back online. Eventually, he tried something criminal to get back online. Remember, time of floppy disks. The owner of the message board. She might have had a job with a video game company. I might have gotten her fired. Within a month of this happening, the fandom imploded. Everyone went their separate ways. The game is still being made, but it never got popular again in the States. Matter of fact, they won't even hire English actors to do the voice anymore. Now it's all just subtitles. That's the story of how I imploded a fandom while in a fit of rage. It is me. My parents have emotionally and verbally abused me all my life. I have never had any long-lasting relationship with anyone, even friendships. The minute I feel I'm being treated unfairly, I don't even give anybody a chance to explain. I'm out. I then start victimizing myself and post stuff on social media for attention. I have zero good relationship with my parents. With my relatives on both my parents' sides, I hate people. I don't trust anyone. I live in eternal anxiety. I always assume everyone hates me. I always assume everyone is out to get me. I'm extremely petty and vengeful. I always feel like I'm wronged. Everyone and everything around me triggers me. I can't watch news, Netflix, look at families, people dressed up, people laughing out loud without letting it trigger me. Point by some magic I found a guy who loves me. I'm now slowly working on myself and my issues. He is by my side, helping me live like a functional adult. I'm still struggling hard to break away from my parents. Just last week, I spoke to my father after many months, and what he told made me cry for 2 days straight. I have a very different persona online, but in real life, I'm completely different, useless, and I make everything awkward through my appearance or personality. I hate myself, and almost every other human being too, but I hope to grow and change this. I did this when I was a teenager. I wanted to be popular, but everyone in my high school was rich cliquey assholes. A popular girl told me she wanted me, but I had to ask a roided up football player's permission. Of course, he said no, and I started getting constant abuse. I would sit alone between two vending machines at lunch while they yelled at me to go kill myself. I got into punk because of this, and there were several feuding punk gangs in the area. I basically got them to form an uneasy alliance against the rich jocks who were our common enemy. We would start fights with them outside school to avoid getting accused of Columbine type shit. I still got accused of being crazy and sent to the guidance office a good bit, but never got expelled. Most of the time I spent driving the punk people around and mediating their weird disputes over drugs, backyard wrestling, or ideological purity. One group, the largest, was super political and vegan and pretty uppity about it. Finally, on the 4th of July, the football guy attacked me, and the punk people backed me up. Of course, later the vegan commune one backstabbed me with their leader having an affair with my girlfriend while he was engaged when we were in college. So it was kind of like Animal Farm in the end. My hometown exiled me and despises me for all this over a decade later. I live in California getting cheated on by a girl double of myself from the same region I come from, even after I gave a lot of money to help save her injured cousin. In high school I was a nerd, still am, and was pretty cool with our school's it head. One day I was doing some presentation for a class and had a teacher's lodge and creds. Well, each student was given 4 gigs of server storage for school use, and teachers all shared a server with encrypted folders for each teacher/faculty member as expected. I trued this teacher's password on his personal folder, and damn if it didn't work. Always change default passwords. Going through the folders, one labeled projects caught my eye. I figured I would take all the project answers and sell them. What was in that folder was not projects. Actually, I bet they were, but just a different type. Hundreds of pictures of little girls, photos of other faculty members' families, kids, at various functions, some vacation photos. Some were innocent, if viewed out of context, kind of. Some were legit pedophilia. Horrible shit. I encrypted his folder and copied it to the head principal's folder. I figured if the dude deleted it, it'd have a trail. I sent the head principal an email detailing what I had found. I CC'd a few head teachers. Nothing happened. Absolutely nothing. That teacher was later found to be faking one of the HS cheerleaders. Again, nothing. If any of you go to HHS, think twice before being alone, changing, going to the restroom there. When I was in college about 15 years ago, I went to a school with a good journalism program as that was my major. I ended up leaving prior to graduation. I burned out bad, and 2 years later, after I moved to another state with my husband, who was in the military, I restarted my education at a university in that state. Their J school was different. Anyone could work for the college newspaper if they had enough experience, as it was a paid job, whereas at my former college, working on the newspaper was part of our curriculum. I worked on the paper for 3 semesters, and at the end of the second semester I applied for one of the top editorial positions and thought my experience would help. I was turned down for both the editor-in-chief and managing editor roles by the advisor because, and I quote, "We need a male voice who's more authoritative and can better manage staff." Okay. The guy they hired, he was a creative writing major, whereas the rest of the staff were journalism or graphic design majors. I was asked to be a copy editor, except the advisor expected me to do layout as well, because G staunchly refused to learn, leaving me and one other person, who also had other tasks, to handle on deadline days, to design the paper on a twice-a-week deadline. The first deadline day of the semester I came down with the flu, but couldn't afford to miss classes or deadlines, so I'm masked up. As I was popping ibuprofen while trying to focus on InDesign, G said to me, while browsing the web, "You can keep grimacing. It's not going to make me feel sorry for you." G took a week off after a death in the family a couple of weeks later, and I stepped up into his role. Things were running great, the staff got into a good groove and the newsroom felt less stressful. Until he got back. The Friday at the end of that week he and I sat in our advisor's office, where I addressed the way he treated me and the staff, and he interrupted me to spend a solid 10 minutes attacking my character, calling me a bossy know-it-all, and that the entire staff hated me. The advisor sat back and did nothing. Oh wait, he didn't do nothing. He acknowledged G's concerns and ignored mine. Also, I had moved to the state in the Bible Belt from San Francisco, and the staff knew. In fact, G assigned the title West Coast bias to my weekly editorial. So, that Friday afternoon with deadline day being the following Monday, I saved all my articles from my work computer to a zip drive, made sure all the necessary articles were edited, and drafted letters of resignation to both my advisor and the head of the department, citing direct quotes from G. They wanted to take advantage of someone with my experience level who had a skill that my superiors refused to learn on principle. Have fun with that. Point I was taking 18 credits and my grades went up after I quit. No regrets. And the Monday edition of that paper looked like sheet point edit, a word. I used to work in disability support within a residential setting. One house was a few teenage boys about 12 to 16, with what they termed low functioning, high behaviors in the industry. Anyway, this one boy was an angel, but had a high intellectual disability and not much understanding to what was going on. Growing up his grandpa used to sexually assault him until he was moved into the residential home he was in when I worked there. He used to be allowed out in public until one night he randomly sexually assaulted an 8-year-old girl at a public swimming pool, where luckily an off-duty police officer was working. Since then he was only allowed out in controlled environments. A while later, he grabbed one of the other smaller sized boys living with him and sexually assaulted him as well. Now this boy has to live alone as he is deemed too dangerous to live with others. I'm not sure what happened with him as it reached a point where it became too dangerous for me to work with him, and I eventually left the industry. Note, this was a sad individual case of child assault towards a boy who could not and may never understand what happened to him, and this was unfortunately the way it portrayed in his developing years. He was also a really fun and kind boy. I really enjoyed working with him. I went to undergrad with James Holmes, the guy who shot up a movie theater in Aurora, Colorado. We were both in the neuroscience program and had classes together, though didn't associate other than one group project. Point though he was referred to as highly intelligent, I never saw it. The definition of highly varies in the context though. He must have been smart enough to get the degree, but he certainly didn't have the grades the news reported. The guy was the kind of person who let everyone else do the work. I even asked the professor to cut him and another out of a 4-person group because they didn't contribute anything. The program was competitive, and he was nowhere near the top. I got a B in biochem and a C in calculus 1, still went into math, and still didn't make main cum laude. Point at his arrest he was blue-haired, but at Riverside he was subdued, maybe even a bit cowed. Imagine a brat who slaps a big kid and then drops into the fetal position at the first hint of resistance. Point I don't think society failed that man. I think he found the limits to his aptitude and his ego couldn't take it. Being in any bleeding edge academic program is intense. Kids are used to being the smartest in their high school class. Then you get to college, and for a while you're still smarter than most everyone. Then you get into major classes with the other smart kids and maybe find out you weren't as smart as you thought. Then you go for a PhD and now you're on a whole new level of smart. In neuroscience, at the PhD level, you start with the geniuses and watch 80% of them quit in the first few years should I, as part of his village, however briefly, have been more understanding. I think a big issue with the saying is that some people just break. I still work for the same company, but at my last work location my bosses allowed an employee to corner me, physically intimidate me, and tell me they were going to get me fired for something I didn't do. I went to my bosses, who took the other employee's side, made me work with her, as well as allowed her and other staff, her buddies, to literally silent treatment me and then say you're just mad because you weren't acknowledged and accused me of starting drama. Also said that I faked my illness to get my neurologist to sign off for intermittent FMLA and that I abuse it by calling out a lot, had never run out of sick time, and wrote me up while I was getting my FMLA figured out and said I'm creating the paper trail, then wouldn't give me a copy of the write-up so I could get hours to remove it from my personal files. In our place, we have to give notice of intent to apply for an internal position. I gave my notice that I'd applied to other locations, but they were not entitled to know the locations or how many applications were out there. They didn't take it seriously, as I'd been there for 4 years at that point. I was accused of flexing. I took a 2-week pre-scheduled vacation, interviewed and accepted another position, and my new boss called my old boss to tell her she was taking me. My bosses were heated and blown away. I work weekend overnights, so not an easy position to fill. Add in that my overpass partner holds no certifications except CPR, I'm med/CPR, and a driver, and that I was the only official DSP in their program. They held me for an extra week, which they can do if they can prove that the employee leaving would cause the program a hardship. But I left. My partner and I still talk because we're cool. I had time to change my mind and go back to my old position, and my old boss said the grass is always greener. She's never worked that program. She'll be back in a week. What the boss didn't know is that I worked at this location for 2 years on call, which I let slip on my last day, and the look of utter row we faked up. She's really not going to work here anymore on the boss face was priceless and warmed my heart. I left the 3rd week in February. They still haven't filled my position. My former partner is still uncertified, and in addition to having to find coverage for my shift they have to find certified staff. Most staff don't hold all certifications like I do. They dealt with severe behaviors from the clients for a few weeks because I was a popular staff among the clients. My new boss thinks I'm the bee's knees. I get praised a lot, and they appreciate me. What my old bosses don't know is that I have them on voice recording, verbally berating me and accusing me of faking my FMLA during a closed-door meeting. I also documented over 30 pages of detailed notes with times and dates about the harassment I suffered and the boss's response to blame me and let it continue. I hold on to that in case they ever try to mess with me. They'd be fired instantly if I walked into ours and just played the recording. Their program has since had narcotics missing, multiple staff suspended, a client eloping, etc. I told my partner that if they ever try to harass him, to have me called into ours, and I'll burn them to the ground. Just waiting for the call. But me leaving royally faked them, and that's enough for now. I'm not really anywhere near the other like 4 top stories, but since I was like 7 or 8, I'm 22 as of a week ago, my mom to this day would get pissed off at nothing and then take it out on me via verbal abuse, which eventually turned into psychological abuse, like playing nice one day, then really going hard the next. My dad left when I was 10. And recently I've been talking to him more. We have the same idea that she's faking crazy and that we should be as far away from her as possible. My brother and sister also moved out leaving me and my little sister to this twat of a mother. I'm under belief that I'm just an obligation, or at best, a choice, and that was further proven by my brother, who made a deal to call me every day to check on me, only to later stop and get mad over my methods of avoiding mom. And just the other night, we had a semi-argument where eventually it came to basically I can teach you. this, but I don't wanna be involved, because then I'm getting put out of my way. I've had times where I felt nothing, or physical pain from emotional/mental stress, and it comes to a head with a dream of burning the house down in her sleep or various other scenarios, and it doesn't help that the neighborhood is crap, there's no jobs anywhere, especially now, there's no recreation, it's just a massive feeling of isolation and obligation. I'd be dead if not for one of my friends/exes. I worked as a tester for a contract that sort of had two daddies. When it came to the contracts, the sub had a pseudo lead that reported to the lead of prime testing team. Well, I hired on my friend who was pretty heavyset, and always had been, and I think may also be on the spectrum from how he responds to things emotionally. Still though a great guy, and a fine testers. Unfortunately his lead was the subcontracting lead, and over time most of the guys on the team realized that she was displaying some blatantly sexist favoritism. One being red flag. Every morning she would do he rounds and go through the whole test department like she owned it, despite just being the lead for the sub, and she'd only really have conversations with the women and see how they were doing while just casually passing by the guys, mainly just saying hi and walk on by. She would do this every day. I left before my friend did, and honestly from what he told me, after I left he started recording every toxic thing she would say and do to him with dates and times, and boy when he quit and he brought it up ours and have them a list of all the bad stuff she'd been doing to teammates, and to him ours was basically able to fill in the blanks already with what he was saying she did, because she had apparently already had 4 complaints on her sexism and toxicity point. I can say happily that she no longer works on the test team and took another in-house job offer. So in grade 7 we had this draw at the end of each week. We would get points when the teacher liked one of our answers or we were working good. Welp, I was a teacher's pet, so I naturally got a lot of points. I got picked in the draw, and out of the 3 options I got getting a bag of popcorn whenever it was convenient for the teacher. To make it once was the best option. Point due one lunchtime I said screw it, all my friends are here, no dickhead freeloaders are here, why not have some popcorn for me and my pals? Teacher makes it, I get it, share it with all my friends at the table, 4 of us, and life is good. Oh seat, I forgot about the Karen in the room, son of a bitch. She asks, makes a big deal out of why she should get some. Long story short, I tell her no. She never talks to me, and she's an asshole who is fatter than a cow. She don't need popcorn, she needs to lose weight. Not kidding either. I heard her tell her friend once that she was 220 pounds. At the time I heard that she was 4 minutes and 11 seconds or some shit like that. Since I didn't give her any, she has a freak out, runs to the staff member or loves her to death. The staff member comes in and freaks out on me for bringing popcorn from home and pressuring the teacher into getting me a microwave. Like WTF. I tell her to talk to my teacher. He comes in, tells the staff member what happened, and this Karen Beach gets sent to the principal's office. Only to one night be in my hometown. She lives in the country and spread the word how I'm a selfish asshole. I couldn't step foot in my town park for 3 months. Since I'm friends with more than half a friend group, there is 3 Catalans, which one of them must the Karen. Me and my friend gave them nicknames. Here are the nicknames. Skirt Skirt. She wears a skirt every single day and she actually likes her nickname, which is good, since she is a cool-on. Irrelevant Catalan. Doesn't really contribute to anything, so that's what she gets, but she's cool with it, so that's all good. And behold the fat beach herself. Big Kate. We seriously call her Big Kate, and she faking hates it. It's great. A bit of karma for that. Guess what? She tried to make her brother beat me up, except he's good friends with my good friend, so he laughed. Point went quite off topic, but she definitely burned the village. I guess this would apply to me. My mother was a heavy alcoholic when I was a kid. I spent my days maintaining the house, going to school, forced to make her drinks, and endure her abuse. Nobody in my family knew. They never really cared for my mother after my grandpa died when I was 13. Despite being a child prodigy in school, mainly out of survival or else the abuse would be worse, and a good artist at a young age, my family didn't care much for me. I never wanted to believe how horrible my family was until I finally snapped at 17. My stepfather of 4 years at the time left after one of my mom's drunk escapades, and I was her next victim. I fought my mom off and shut myself in my room while packing up and sneaking out with my 2 dogs at midnight. My stepdad became my legal guardian and my family hated him. They forced me out of my classroom and I ran away from school the next day after they stupidly let me go. It took 4 months for the court to rule abuse after my family files an appeal to get me back. My mother showed up the hearing drunk. I spent months in therapy and getting help for PTSD and anxiety. The last thing my aunt said to me was, "Don't talk to me as long as you are with him, my stepdad," and hung up the phone while I was on my way in a moving truck to college with my stepdad. My family hated me because they hated my parents. I'm now a junior in college with a 3.9 GPA on the president's list and haven't spoken to my family in 2 years. I made 2 choices that year: go to school and work hard for something I actually wanted to do for the first time in my life, and never to talk to them again. It's sad, but I know the next time I see them will be at my grandma's funeral. I was never close to any of them, but I hope I have a happy life they would frown upon. My greatest achievement was letting go and making a life I wanted, not what they wanted. Fair warning, this is a bit of a long reply point. I suppose I apply to this statement. My dad, we'll henceforth call R, was a bastard of a man and treated my family horribly. I used to scream and beat us children and would tell my mother that she was insane and horrible when she tried to call him out on his behavior. He was the worst aspect of our lives up until I was 8 and my mom was awarded full custody of us, while R only got visitation rights on the weekends. Even after the divorce, he would still do small things to hint at his true nature. We caught on pretty quickly, and my brother was the first to cut contact with him. I, however, wanted to give R a chance, I guess because I desperately wanted someone to fill the void of fatherhood and didn't yet have a stepdad until a year ago. But R never changed. Despite creating me, he had treated me like garbage, and when shown that he could lose us at a moment's notice, he still tried to manipulate and control me. The last visit was a final straw when he tried to convince me to bring my brother on our next visit. He was incredibly manipulative, saying things like, "I just hope this is the right choice for him. I'd hate to see him regret this in the future." Enough was enough. I called R out on his bullshit, told him what he was saying and doing was wrong, and that I shouldn't have expected him to change when he was still being the same manipulative bastard he was 9 years ago. After that shit show, I texted R, telling him I didn't want to visit anymore and to not contact me. I deleted his number, blocked him on all social media, and told my family I had finally given up and cut contact with him. I grieved for 2 days, having lost the only father figure I'd had for 17 years of my life. Then, I vowed that should my family ask about R, I will tell them exactly why I cut contact with him. The abuse, the manipulation, the emotional and mental scarring, the actual scarring, the years and years of trying to make him a better person, and the last time I ever saw him. Hopefully by telling them everything R did, and that I've cut contact, it'll urge them to do the same. Honestly, he deserves it. The years of manipulation left me broken. I have PTSD, depression, trust issues, daddy issues, an inferiority complex, low self-esteem, and anxiety. On top of that, I'm autistic and struggle with handling my emotions. So I was an abused and technically disabled child. Of course I would want R to be ignored and forgotten because of how horrible he was. I just hope I don't come across as the bad one for wanting this. I was part of an amateur filmmaking group back in college. I'm not going to lie, I was a bit of a dick, but in retrospect, I was carrying that group and was a dick almost exclusively because of the environment I was in. I did nearly all the location scouting, scheduling, the film equipment was all mine, and the only one submitting scripts and coming up with ideas for more. It was a small group, like a dozen or so a lot of us were multiple roles in the group, but I was one of the few attending college full time and leading the group as well as directing my own films and YouTube channel. Everyone else was clearly using me and the group for their own delusion/fantasies about superstardom, expecting to be carried along by everybody else on the grace of their awesomeness. I even organized and hosted many unrelated parties for these friends, but almost never was invited to enjoy their company. One day I decided, fuck it, this industry isn't worth dealing with all these narcissistic assholes along the way, and the whole group fell apart without me almost immediately. As far as I'm aware, they are still in their mother's basement smoking joints and shit talking me. Ugh. There were a couple good guys who I only wish the best, but goddamn, I'm just realizing how burned out I've been by that all these years. Glad to have seen what happened with some of the people in that village. I was working in a middle school in Philadelphia at an after-school music program. It was ranked the third worst school in the state. The area was rough. I had kids telling me that they didn't care about graduating because they were just going to sell crack like their dad because that paid more. There was no funding in the school. There was actually a live construction zone through the year and the auditorium was boarded shut. The kids were screamed at and treated like animals by overworked, underpaid and undertrained staff. The kids literally destroyed the school. Smashed the windows in all the classrooms, food on the ceiling and graffiti everywhere. Constant fighting. There was a huge police presence, but an understaffed counseling department. It was so sad, because you knew these kids were just hurt and confused and in a lot of pain from all the trauma they were experiencing. Some 9 to 10-year-old boys would bang on my door and say fuck you, white beach. And that was just totally normal. You just think about what they are hearing at home. All of the students I had were so talented, creative, and smart, but they were in this faked up environment, so they were totally stifled and had no resources, emotionally, financially or otherwise, to get out of this cycle they and their families were in. Growing up, my friends and I were all the outsiders in the small town we were from. We grew up in poverty, so were never accepted by anyone, and bullied all the time. People looked down on us, and we grew to resent society, our teachers who saw us as the offspring of garbage poor people who would never contribute to society. After being pushed around and shat on over years and years, we stopped caring about the rules of society and what everyone else thought was good and bad, because we would never be accepted into their club of better people. We started partying all the time, stealing, spray painting, and causing mayhem in general, because to us there was no point anyways. We knew we would never have the opportunity to be successful or accepted into polite society. Though all of that happened years ago, and as I grew older I stopped doing dishonest things, for the most part we all stayed at the bottom rungs of society and still are essentially outcasts who will never be accepted into their ideal America. A more specific example is, after I moved in with some relative in another state and left for a while, I heard that my friends had actually gotten drunk and went on a rampage in the downtown area and smashed in windows, spray painted on everything, and burnt down a camper. There are 1,000 of such incidents though as I can remember. My cousin, Bailey, is currently in the midst of this. Pretty much has been for years. She has an older sister, Lee, with a pretty serious life-shortening disease, and up until this year, Lee's been hospitalized multiple times every year her whole life. Their parents spent so much time with Lee that Bailey got ignored. It didn't help that Lee is like the epitome of a perfect daughter. Sweet, good-natured, excellent grades, compliant, etc. Bailey has been the black sheep and barely got any attention. I babysat for them for a short time when they were little, and on one occasion, all three of us got covered in mosquito bites because their dad decided to take us to a golf course full of standing water. It was horrible. I'd put the girls to bed, and I was up in my own room soothing my own bites when I heard my uncle screaming downstairs. Bailey couldn't sleep because of the bites. He was screaming at her for being out of bed. I went down and took care of her and tucked her back in. I told her to come to me from then on if she needed something at night. It broke my heart to see her dad treat her that way. He had no interest in her because she wasn't perfect like Lee, and her mom was already busy picking up his slack. He's literally such an asshole he can't keep a job and dealing with Lee's needs that there was never time to give Bailey what she needed. So as Bailey got older, she started acting out, sneaking out, drinking, vaping, stealing, partying, etc. And her parents just let her. Their only saving grace, in their words, is that she's still a virgin. So this girl is ruining herself because they refuse to parent her. I feel awful because if she were around the rest of our family, we live in different states, she probably would have gotten the support and love she needed instead of constant judgment by her cult-stricken parents. Okay, I'll be honest, I didn't even realize I had this problem until reading some of the comments on this post point. So I have an older sister. The age difference between me and her is such that usually important events would overlap. My exams in middle school would be at the same time as hers in high school, when I had to enter high school, and I entered one of the most prestigious schools in the entire district where I live. She had just graduated high school, had prom and had to enter university. These are just two examples, but the point is, she would always be the first to experience the big events in life, and her events would quite often overshadow mine. I'd often feel that I'm not worthy of attention, or that she receives more attention than me. And since I wasn't doing that good in middle school, my mom was especially overprotective and ambitious, stealing my free time, making me study more than I needed to, buying me extra exercise books, signing me up for extra classes that some teachers offered. Basically, she occupied most of my free time with studying. Keep in mind, I was better than the average student. I was just not a straight A student like my sister. The high school I went to was the same my sister had graduated. I even had the same head teacher. Once, the head teacher told me how my sister had already set an example and I should be able to keep up. My entire life I've been treated as inferior, solely because of school. I've been denied opportunity to follow my hobbies and desired. I was basically forced to be a bookworm, something that killed, and keeps killing, my social life. And even then, after entering high school, I was still overshadowed by my sister. That is when I completely lost it. I turned into 100% straight A student. I'd graduate every school year with the best grade in each subject. I graduated on top of class, with the best overall result in the entire region, being amongst the top 7% of my country. I entered the most prestigious university in my country, in a field of study that had accepted only 20 people to study that year. By now we are 12 people. Then I won a 1-year scholarship in one of the world's top 100 universities. I didn't do something stupid to get attention. I decided to beat them in their own game, making them feel inferior the same way they've made me feel for years. But I'm miserable now. I don't regret my achievements, but I definitely don't think I deserve to be punished and forced to study so much, despite being better than the average student. I'd probably have done the same anyway, but this has made me feel so useless and inferior. Even today I feel like I'm just a piece of trash that's not worth anything. I struggle to make new friends. I have social anxiety, etc. And I resent my entire family. At least I burned the village to feel its warmth. Honestly, I have never heard of this quote, but it really does apply to me in a way. My brother was diagnosed with severe autism and cannot communicate. I was after my brother. I was diagnosed with Asperger's in 3rd grade. My parents didn't understand how to deal with me. My mom calls her mom every day and tells her mother, grandmother, everything, including things she didn't like, her point of views, and my problems. So, when I was upset, my grandmother would be called in to beat sense into me either with her hands or her words. Told me 7+ that I would go into a mental hospital or here let me take you to a mental hospital. I went to counseling in 2nd and 5th grade, but I thought my counselor was telling my parents our discreet conversation. But as much as my counselor tried telling me that it was confidential, I made up my mind not to communicate out of the fear that my mother would know and would tell my grandmother. So because the district that I went to, I moved several times in the same district, not because of behavior, but because of financial issues. Found out about my mental disorder, they placed me in behavioral classes till I was in 8th grade. I had to personally request out of it because the teachers never thought to tell me anything. I was seriously suicidal when I was a child. I didn't have many friends because of how often I moved. And something to note, my behavior only changed when I came home. In 4th grade I took out the screening from my bedroom window and threatened to jump. 9th grade I changed doctors. I often isolated myself when I came home. I slept a lot more. My doctors ran a test and declared I had ADHD, anxiety, and depression. I would go to a counselor, My teachers and my counselor realized I was self-aware and could express my problems in high detail. I started to really hate my grandmother. I begged my mom not to tell my grandmother things, but she always told her. My grandmother turns my mom into a puppet. I was at the property, doing my homework for an hour or so, asked for a break, and my grandparents went off about how I'd never get a job. I went off on a 15-minute break. My grandmother came in and started yelling at me. I tried leaving, and when I brushed my hand against her to bypass, she claimed I hit her and started hitting me. She cornered me to bunk beds and continuously kept hitting me while I was going into hysterics. She hit me and she hooked my braces into my lip. Went to the orthodontist next day with them, and I tried not to say anything to them on the way back. They told me what a beach I was, and I was spoiled for not talking to them. When we got home, my grandmother was yelling at my dad for how spoiled I am. I tried walking off again, and she went to grab me. She went to take a swing at me, but I slapped her before she got to me. She cornered me against the wall. She had her arm messed up, and I held it back till my grandfather and my dad pulled us apart. 10th grade happened, and I realized I was hanging out with the wrong people. The guys I was hanging out with liked me for my personality, but often had BDSM-like fantasies about me, and tried introducing to me like a joke, but in truth, what they wanted. I didn't tell my parents any of it at all. They knew who I was dating, but not that part. I don't remember a lot of my 10th grade year, even thought that was this year. I slept in class and started to have really bad panic attacks because the guys wouldn't leave me alone and went out of their way to make sure I didn't forget them. My ex had a girlfriend that would try to get under my skin. When COVID hit, I was sent to my grandparents' property for 3 months. I was under stress with school, my brother and sister, and my grandparents who would constantly try to make me upset, made harsh jokes to me, pick fights, blame my parents, etc. I'm going into my junior year at a new school. I unfortunately live closer to my grandparents. But my parents and I are getting along better. Me and my dad have mutual understanding about grandmother. When I was a young teen, back in the mid-90s, our school had an event they called Chimo Days, which apparently arises from an Inuit word meaning friendship. Knowing the cultural sensitivity of the town I grew up, I have no idea if this is correct. Chimo Days were our school's version of School Spirit Week, where the leadership class handpicked mysterious cloaked students in some classroom, ringed with opaque smoke, for various right-minded Christian children, chose some kind of fancy dress theme, chose a bunch of hilarious games to play over lunch, and a whole week of theme-based events. The theme never failed to rest of some kind of vaguely insulting stereotype, something that would have been hilarious had you not been a member of that group. For example, geeks, punks, goths, etc., all with themed costuming, all poking fun at the actual kids that fit these vague stereotypes. For example, while I didn't really fit with them, I was often lumped in with the geeks, and being part of that year's geeks team meant basically joining the Big Bang Theory for a week, dressed in geek face with a calculator and a pocket protector. Now maybe for you, this sounds like overreaction. Of course it was. We were teens. Nonetheless, it's important to point out that we had a particularly toxic school for weirdos. Our town had the most churches per capita in North America and a very restrictive sense of normal. Our school was visited by anti-discrimination groups twice, and at least once they were booed and jeered and vowed not to return. My sister was weird enough for folks to light her hair on fire, and no, not as a prank. We even had a nearby white power uprising. It wasn't a pleasant place to be labeled different. Despite being part of the group's parodied, I actually didn't mind that much. I mean, it hurt some of my friends who didn't like their actual style being parodied. This was back when being a geek was the equivalent of being a 30s sideshow attraction, before geeks were cool. Similar to the punks, who found the punk costumes pretty demeaning. Still, I didn't mind. I thought it was lame, but not really insulting. Just kind of one of those things I'd rather ignore and go about my business. In the first year of my experience, I remember being too shy to don a full costume, but deciding to play along a bit, wearing my team colors. Apparently this wasn't enough spirit, and I was snatched in the hall, downed and pelted with bingo dabbers. I skipped all the events, and generally stayed out of school at lunch. The next year, the theme was around professions. I had been slotted into the plumber team, and despite everything, dressed in my best work clothes, even bought a mini plunger. To complete the ensemble point, a kid who I'm pretty sure's dad was a plumber stole my stuff and tossed my plunger into the rafters. Needless to say, I skipped the events the next year. I was kind of dreading the whole thing. I was hanging around an older kid now. We wrote and directed a couple of short plays, horribly derivative fourth wall splattering comedies with way too many characters, and the freaks of the school, all gun enthusiasts with a penchant for porn, trucks, and bad cop movies, and I was kind of sick of chemo days. I thought, wouldn't it be fun if we created our own team? Pull a parody bit, maybe even show up and fail at a few games. I thought it was a bad idea, but my older friend thought it was hilarious. We bounced around 90s alternative isn't it ironic names until we came up with the independent team with the slogan, "Join us, be different." Our goal was to recruit a couple of the other freaks and geeks who didn't participate in chemo, folks who were going to skip the whatever stupid theme it was, and the games anyway, and rally around with a few laughs. We made a few posters. My favorite slogan the older kid drafted was "Chemo days is the opiate of the masses," but we had a lot of jokes of that ilk. We put up a few posters in public areas, with a few joke slogans. The next day they were gone. Everyone, torn down and scrunched into the trash. Maybe they had a right to do that, but it was irksome that nobody even got to see the joke. Somehow, however, the word had got out to every member of the high school underclass that there was a new team, and the other children didn't like it. We soon had meetings of a dozen or more co-conspirators, including the absolute pariahs of secondary society. Suddenly it was an all-consuming mission, just trying to get one poster up that wasn't immediately quashed. I printed off some deliberately misspelled "Join the independent team, we stand apart, really far apart" type missives and snuck after hours to sellotape them in the hidden corners of the school. I put them on windows, which was a feat, since our school practically had no windows, and those that it had were barred with a metal lattice. Every poster was gone by morning point. Now the school had a veritable movement on its hands. Freaks and geeks were printing posters in their spare time. I even had a guy tell me a poster reading "I bet you $10 you'll tear this poster out of my hand" was torn out of his hand. One guy, the school scapegoat, the Harry under the stairs of the whole school, and his one friend printed business cards with anarchy symbols and various slogans mixing fascist and anarchist ideology. I don't know how that makes sense either. People were passing them along in secret, while meanwhile, I was writing a letter to the school and to various other authorities on the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. Yep, I was an ass, arguing that our rights were being quashed. I abandoned this step, however, when I read what was being written on behalf of the independent team now. Now people were taking it real serious, and I was a little nerved. At our last meeting, several of the lowest ranked kids started talking about what we were going to do next year. Somebody floated the idea of a fascist team and mentioned how nothing was going to stop us again, what kinds of battles they were ready to throw down if anybody stepped in our waypoint. I just backed out. It was all just big teen talk, but I made sure not to mention the independent team for the rest of the year, hoping it didn't come up again. I had the feeling something bad was going to happen if that started again. The independent team didn't rise, but something else did. 1 year after that, Columbine happened in the US. Everyone wanted to blame video games, or TV, or movies, but for me it was obvious. If a little prank based solely on goofy ironic slogans could boil over into a thirst for revenge, I could completely understand how two kids with access to guns and a few shoulder-borne chips could take that final step of gumption and kill the enemy. These guys were desperate to fit in with anybody, to be noticed for something other than being weirdos or losers. They'd burn the school down to feel an iota of warmth point. So I don't know if that fits, but yeah, I'm so glad kids are taught to be more inclusive today. Maybe it doesn't always work, but I hope people know the drying tinder that sits silently in the corner of a high school hallway. My ex-best friend / roommate is slowly and actively burning her own village down. She had a really neglected childhood. One parent committed suicide when she was 3, the other became an absent alcoholic parent. She was shunted all over the country between her extended family and remaining parent. That parent used her to get better then dipped out. They ended up overdosing in the ex's early 20s. To compensate, she started drinking at an early age and is a raging alcoholic. She is manipulative and jumps from relationship to relationship without waiting for the first one to end. I always knew when she was in a new relationship because she would drop off the face of the planet and get pissed if you tried to contact her. She collects people she calls friends, but only associates with them when it is convenient for her. She also gets angry when people do not drop their lives to answer her every beck and call. Only has one close female friends at a time, me for 6 years. But that best friend is really just another female she can have a one-sided "my tits are bigger than yours" pissing contest with. The last true conversation I remember having with her was me confronting her about how she is as a person. She was drunk of course, but there was no better opportunity to talk with her. The days she would not drink, she is usually so hungover it was like trying to sneak past Medusa to be in the same room. I told her everything. She was pretty receptive and apologized. The next day things got 10 times worse. A week later she kicked me out with the excuse of "you are not making my boyfriend your top priority." The following 3 days I moved out and she was almost begging me to stay. But that was that. Friendship over. I told her I will not stick around to watch her dig her own grave, nor bring me down with her. It has been 2 years and I have not heard from her since. I truly love her and hope she gets it together. But she is one of the worst people I have ever known. Growing up we had a kid in my school system. I'll call him Z. Z was the younger, adopted brother of a family who'd come from South Africa. They were all white, if that matter to you. Z was a bit special. One time at his house he showed me his save on Animal Crossing for GameCube. Specifically how he, currently in elementary school, had propositioned one of the villagers for sex via the billboard or a letter or something. Basically he was awkward and probably autistic to some degree, but he meant well. Z didn't really have a lot of friends, but he didn't know that, since a lot of us would be friendly with him, since his house was so cool. His folks were rich and his house had a pool and a scaled down indoor soccer field, and Z had all kinds of cool toys. Unfortunately for Z, his older brother was the clear favorite in the family. He was a professional go-kart racer and had 2 of the family's 4 garage spaces just for his go-karts. By comparison, I vividly remember multiple times Zed's mom chewed him out for something genuinely innocuous in front of others. It's like they blamed him for not being smarter. Zed ended up dropping out, going to a special school, then bouncing between various vocational schools, before giving up. I ran into him after I'd graduated college, when I was living with my folks for a few years, until I could afford something without going into debt, which I remained free of. At the time he was working at the local Lowe's. We got a beer and talked for a bit, and I could see he was still very much the same kid in a grown body. I guess this story doesn't really work since, a fake, he never had a burn it down moment, though it wouldn't surprise me one bit if it comes later, or if something I don't know about happened. I knew another kid who had much worse issues, but managed to turn himself around. Edit. Posted what I had on my phone and had to finish on my computer. Phone keyboards and fat fingers don't mix well for me. This could have been me. I lost my mother to cancer when I was 12. My father was never really in my life. I was the overweight kid in a family of tall, slender, sports loving boys. I was like my mom. I loved to reduce, to make up stories on whim. As I'm writing this, I guess I was that kid. My father tried to convince me and my brother to come live with him after my mom's death. Parts of me knew my father was a real piecework. While my mother's family never said a word about what he did, not directly to me, I would overhear things and understand phrases that they thought I wouldn't. I later learned only the next summer, I think July, when she had passed the last September, that he had decided to take my grandparents to court to get out of child support, as his whole case was the divorce and the settlement was with my mother. Now that she was dead, it null and voided it. Found this all out from the documents later on in life. When I heard that, I burned every bridge to that side of the family, as they were all well aware of the scumbag he was and helped to torture me only years before, as I didn't fit the family mold. In time I found out more things of how he acted, what he had done to my mother during the marriage, and then he came out as trans right at the start of it being brought out into the open. Mid-90s I think. Not that I have anything against that sort of thing, it was more of his timing and his motives. He went into church on a holiday in full drag and declared he was now she and that everyone needs to respect him, and that my mother's passing had made him realize that he had to be who he really was. I was pissed, I was livid when I found out. The man put my mother through hell and then used her as a reason. I was ready to go on a tear to rip that whole family apart, and I might have taken my grandparents who stepped in and took in me and my brother and did their best to raise us. If it wasn't for them, and my aunt and uncle and a wonderful woman who taught me how to overcome a speech impediment, I may well have taken everything out with me. I want to make clear my issues with him coming out. It was not that he was being open, it was the timing. I have 3 stepbrothers who all lived with him. He was an ego-driven narcissist who they could never live up to the standard he had for them. When he came out it made their lives hell. They had moved from the small community that he had grown up in. The thing that did them in was the fact that there was a newspaper article about it. My half-brothers were bullied endlessly in school. 2 of them ended up in jail for some time and out of juvie at a young age, and the oldest barely escaped jail himself. Luckily for me, I grew up away from that area a good hour and a half, and no one connected me to him. I had this out with him later down the road that if he had just waited another 4 years, let my brothers be done with school, it could have made their lives easier, but he was never one to consider others. I turned 40 this year and still have issues with the fact that my father didn't want anything to do with me unless it meant not paying child support. How for so many years I wasted trying to be what he wanted me to be, and how to this day I see some of what I do as what he would do. I decided that I would not have any children of my own for fears that I would turn into him. While my wife and family around me says that won't happen, I don't trust myself. I burned the bridges with one family connected long enough to accept an apology from my grandmother on that side. Before she passed away, tolerated living under the same roof during the early 2010s. Other be homeless. Part of me wishes I was homeless, but I would not have met my wife if I was. I'm too scared that I might fully crack and put my child through hell, put my wife through hell, and burn bridges that may never be rebuilt. At my last job, the manager that hired me was fired for doing false returns and pocketing the money, and was only caught because the assistant district manager did a random visit. Since her store was only an hour from our location, she wouldn't have caught it if she hadn't rechecked the returns for the last 2 months. The manager was fired on the spot after admitting what she had done. 3 months later, we have a new manager and a new key holder. The assistant manager during this time started to hold a grudge against the district managers since the assistant was still friends with the old manager. The assistant manager didn't like how the new manager was doing things, also wasn't happy the new manager was 20 years younger than her, and decided to constantly complain to the former manager. The rest of the employees ended up contacting ours to beg for them to intervene with the assistant manager, but they told us they couldn't help because we needed to confront her ourselves. Assistant manager ends up filing an anonymous complaint to our due to the new manager messing up once on one of our weekly shipments. 2 weeks later, the head of ours and district manager call everyone into work minus one worker because they wouldn't be in town. They come to our store and interview each of us to ask how are things going and pretending that this was normal. Turns out someone, not the assistant manager, filed a complaint about the store and the assistant district manager, the one who fired the last manager. Assistant manager admits to filing the random complaint, but the plot twist was that they weren't there for hers, since they saw it as a suck it up type situation. Someone else, who have concluded was the old manager, called in a complaint that in general stated that the assistant district manager was feeding the district manager false information about the stores and filing false reports. In the end, both the old store manager and assistant manager burnt the bridges they had made. Former manager ended up gaining a reputation at the outdoor mall the store was at for being unhinged, with some crazy ass rumors about her started to pop up. The assistant manager got demoted another month after the investigation because she tried to point fingers at everyone but herself when it came to problems she was causing during our weekly shipments, along with a few not so friendly comments. Sadly, this job always had some problem going on while the company was in business. This just happened to be the biggest shakeup I got to have a front row seat to. I don't have one specific example, but what came to mind first is a grown-up child who didn't feel warmth, who comes back on his village, is the adult that comes back to his job where bullied or fired, and comes in with the ammunition shooting, or a bullied child comes back to school shooting other students like Columbine. That's the extreme. But what I fear now is the poor child who, because there is no school, may miss his only meal of the day. I know we are all trying to give back, and we all have our own struggles, but think of the children who are at home, under the poverty line, children who go hungry, or children of single parents left alone because struggling parents can't afford daycare, or children that might be more likely to be abused because of the extra stress at home, or children left around an abusive adult parent 24/7 now. Don't be afraid to stand up if you see abuse and make a phone call or say something. It's better to offend someone than have the child abused. We all are taught to mind our own business, but sometimes it's better to make a point to notice. Good luck, stay healthy all. I really do care about you all. I worked in food service when I was a teenager. This was about 10 years ago. The woman who owned the little sub shop I worked at was a notoriously mean person. She did a ton of shady stuff business wise, but I was 19 and didn't really know how things worked back then. One of the girls I worked with was good friends with the owner and the managers. There were 2 locations and this girl was willing to travel and work at both spots and generally do what was needed to get shit done. She was also loyal when it came to keeping her mouth shut about the bullshit behind the scenes. So one day a friend or someone visits her at work and she gives them a free sub. We were allowed to make one free for ourselves every day, so she figured she'd give them her free one. Owner freaks out and they get into a fight about it. She ends up getting fired. Shortly after this, the owner sells both locations to the managers and moved out of state. Both businesses ended up closing within a year, which was confusing because both spots did pretty good business. About 6 months after they close, I receive a weird letter from the dollar and a check for like $30. Something about tips I was owed from when I worked there. Eventually I ran into the girl who got fired at her new job and she told me everything. Turns out she had called a bunch of different places, labor department, eyes, health department, and told them everything she knew about the owner. The fact that she had been paying us partially under the table, the fact that we never got our tips. She was apparently violating some health department laws that I didn't know about as well. She ended up on the run essential from the eyes, and that's why she sold the businesses and left the state. But since the girl who got fired was mad that the managers hadn't stood up for her, she followed up and provided information about business assets that were still in the original owner's name, like the buildings and the kitchen equipment. They went after everything, and that's why they ended up closing. To this day it's the most ruthless takedown I have witnessed. Azula from Avatar: The Last Airbender. For those of you who don't know the story, Azula is princess to the Fire Nation. As a young child, she was an academic and athletic prodigy, but no matter what she did, she received no attention from her ruthless father and unsympathetic grandfather, and because she abused her brother, most of her mother's attention went towards him, until she, Azula's mother, was disappeared by her own husband. As she matured, her ruthlessness began to appeal to her father. She was clearly sick and manipulative, and he used that. She became a henchman whose only drive was to please her father and inherit the throne, the aforementioned being something Shizuko, the brother she abused as a child, ironically had in common. Point towards the series finale, Azula achieves her side goal of becoming Fire Lord, only to again be brought to the feet of her father, who declares himself king of the world. At this point, Azula loses all human ties. Abandoned by the companions she abused, and feeling betrayed by her uncle, brother, and father, she finally goes insane. In a mad grab for some sort of dominance, she attempts to murder her brother, who ultimately defeats her in her frenzied disorientation. Azula was neglected and indirectly abused for her entire life. Her way of burning down the village was burning down herself. Didn't Hitler himself suffer from an extreme penile malformation? But what created this monster? I found this online, regarding a play that was produced in the 1980s. The play is based on For Your Own Good, a 1983 book by the Swiss psychoanalyst Alice Miller, which argues that the dictator's personality was shaped by emotional and physical abuse in childhood. It adds that one reason he found a following in the 30s is that an abused upbringing was the common lot of German children in the late 19th century. Hitler's childhood tracks little Adolf from birth for about 11 years while his father, Alois, beats and humiliates him daily. His mother, Clara, grieving for 3 older children who had died of diphtheria, cooperates in the subjugation of the child, and her hunchbacked sister, Johanna, terrifies him. The action unfolds in about 40 episodes that are virtually unvaried in emotional or dramatic intensity. Point here is the boy thanking his father for caning him, having nightmares after Johanna tells him that if he sucks his thumb the barber will cut it off. Learning from his father to call everything bad Jewish, fantasizing in his loneliness that he has a grown-up Jewish friend whom he finally rejects in a violent outburst, pleading for attention from his mother as she says the rosary for her dead children, breaking under the ridicule his father heaps on his hopes of being an artist. All the evidence we have proves Hitler's life really was dreadful, for him in the beginning, and for the world later, and exploration of the origins of a monster can be interesting. Let me preface this by saying my brother has 2 young kids, daughter and son, and has custody of our oldest sibling's youngest who is turning 18 in October, so I'm not talking about cutting contact with a little kid nephew or anything. I mean my brother and nephew practically avoid me. I like playing games. Love it even. It's my form of social interaction that I enjoy as an introvert. Be it board games or video games, I love them. They say they aren't avoiding me, but I spent time and money systematically eliminating things they used as common excuses for easy outside. I just wanted to hear the truth, that they truly didn't want to play games with me. First, our schedules didn't overlap, so I went out of my way to cater to their schedule. Then it was those boxes taken by the little kids watching things. Those box had an extra HDMI cord that could be hooked up that went to a different TV that they could use. So I gifted the kids a streaming device, like Roku or Fire Stick. They didn't hook the thing up for over a month, until I said, look, if you're not going to use it, I have things I can use it for and just give it back. If that's the case, miraculously my nephew claimed it for himself and it never made it to the TV, so that they kids could use it to watch Disney Plus or Netflix, or whatever they watch stuff on. We've never really connected anyways, but I thought games were different. That somehow it could bridge the gap that started during my childhood. My brother never calls me unless he wants something. My nephew never calls me unless he wants help with something he swears he knows how to do. And then my nephew goes on to tell my brother and his wife how annoying I'm just trying to spend time with my family in a medium we all share. It's not like they don't play games. They have their hearts set on making money streaming. Then they like to pester me about how I buy the basic editions of games, because I know they are going to play it with me maybe a handful of times. Hell, I don't even enjoy games anymore. They go on and on when they are over about how cool such and such game is, and how much fun we'll have playing it later. Then they text me, they'll be on after they finish something. Then they demand we switch to play a game they like instead of what was planned, before saying they don't feel well, or are tired, after I put my foot down. It just sucks the fun right out of it, and then not 30 minutes later I'll see the notification that they are online playing the game they tried to get me to switch to. And before you say anything, I've tried just playing the games they like, but it's like letting your friend decide where you go eat every time you hang out. Eventually you're going to want to eat somewhere else. I finally just cut contact with them. Blocked on all social media. Blocked on my phone. Blocked on all gaming platforms, and I deleted all the games from my PC. I'm burning the bridges as thoroughly as possible. If they don't want me in their life, then I'm not going to keep being the only one attempting to bridge the gap that they seem to be widening. I'm done being a footnote to their lives. Last time my nephew was over and trying to be all buddy I just said, look, I'm not your friend. You've made it abundantly clear. So still trying to pretend we're friends for 2 hours. before avoiding me the rest of the time. It's not necessarily burning the village, but I'm done building bridges. I burned the ones I was trying to keep, and they aren't going back up. I'm not a social person by nature, so the few connections I had I was trying to keep, but I don't think they've truly been there for a long time. I've been that child. At a former employer, there was a shortage of people in a specific role, partly due to a misconception over how tough it was. I offered to train up on the grounds that once fully trained my salary and grading etc would be adjusted accordingly. Needless to say, they never held their part of the bargain, and so that was the tin delayed. As I was the only person who stepped in, I was now carrying this part of the business on my own, and, despite exceeding performance metrics, I was being micromanaged and overloaded so that the business wouldn't miss slash with major clients. There's the spark point. Needless to say, I began looking at what I was doing and simply worked the metrics to maximize my scores whilst working as lightly as possible. I felt that there was no gratitude and that I owed them nothing but my time. This inevitably led to numerous workshops where I was asked what can be done to tackle the excessive work, to which I simply said train more people or give me what we agreed and I'll do some free overtime. You can guess what option they chose. Neither. This was the petrol on the bonfire. I went through my contract and employee handbook with a fine-tooth comb and found every loophole and point which I could use to my benefit, and in my inevitable defense, paid sick days were used, company policies around grading and salaries were recorded, and I continued to exceed all performance metrics whilst the company fell further behind. It was nice to get the attention, even if it was for the wrong reasons. Eventually I decided enough was enough and found a new job. Needless to say, this caused some surprise on the part of the employer, and they ended up asking me to train 3 others up before I left. I agreed but never committed to it wholeheartedly, as I didn't feel I owed them anything. This is long. My village was everyone I knew. I was abused by my father from ages 3 through 16 in every way conceivable. I was also severely neglected. I weighed the same at age 3 that I did at 18 months, 16 pounds. My pediatrician threatened to call CPS multiple times before I started gaining weight. I was malnourished and didn't grow properly, so I have always been very small. I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at age 6 and quickly learned how to give myself shots because my parents clearly weren't going to. My parents divorced when I was 10 because my father raped my mother. To this day, she refuses to believe that he ever touched me, even though he remarried an 18-year-old girl as soon as she was legal. I moved in with a middle-aged man when I was 17. He turned out to be very abusive, imagine that, and frequently sold me, usually for meth, but sometimes for cash. He refused to let me use birth control because he wanted a baby. When I was 18, barely an adult, my father was killed in a plane accident, calm as a beach yawl. That night, my then BF forced a bottle and a half of brandy down my throat and then sold me to 5 guys for a gangbang. Him hoping he got a lot of money for that because they beat the shit out of me. I got pregnant somewhere around that time. I had my daughter when I was 19 and got us out. We moved back in with my mother, who continued to be emotionally abusive and extremely manipulative. I brought our baby to visit him multiple times a week, and every time we went there he would do everything in his power to stop us from leaving. The first time he almost hurt her, the visits stopped, and I didn't take her to visitation center so he could see her for supervised visitation. I also got a permanent protection order against him. That was over 7 years ago, and he still hasn't gone to the visitation center. When I turned 23, I moved in with my girlfriend, who also turned out to be abusive. That was a slow burn, though. She was extremely controlling, but didn't start hitting me right away, and I was brainwashed into thinking that was normal. I started standing up to her when she started treating my daughter like a burden. She told me I raised myself, so why shouldn't she? When I wouldn't back down, that's when she first got physical. At this point, I received my portion of the settlement from the plane company, which ended up being about 80,000, all of which my GF took. Eventually, I tried to leave. I begged my mother to let us move back in with her, and she told me that her granddaughter was welcome, but I was not. I sent my daughter to live there until I found a place for us to live. I was homeless for over a month and ended up staying in a shelter for a while. Finally, I found an apartment and moved in. At that point, I was served with papers stating that my mother had been granted emergency custody of my daughter. I immediately borrowed money and got a lawyer. Court ended up being postponed for some reason or another for over 6 months. When we finally had court, the judge was flabbergasted. He granted me full custody back, but my mother was granted visitation every weekend because she had played such a big role in my daughter's life. My daughter is almost 8. She has an extremely severe attachment disorder. We have been working through it with her therapist, and we are finally at the point where I can be out of her sight for a few minutes without her panicking. My heart breaks every day for her. She is so scared of losing me. I sing her a song every night from a book I had as a kid. I'll love you forever, I'll like you for always, as long as I'm living / my baby you'll be, and she made up her own song to sing back. I'll love you forever, I'll like you for always, as long as we're together I'm happy the way we are. Now, we are living with my almost husband. And she asks me every day when we are getting married, so he can be her real stepdad. When we started dating, I truly believed that I was not a real person. I knew in my heart that I was nothing, and I was worth nothing. I knew that all I existed for was to be hurt for the enjoyment of other people. I believed that I didn't need food. I had never had an orgasm. I believed that women didn't have sex for pleasure. It was just something that was required of us. Looking back, I'm truly horrified that my village let me believe all of these things. It is incredibly faked up for someone to believe that they are not even a real person, much less that they don't need sustenance, and it astounds me how I've made it this far. Let's burn this place to the faking ground, shall we? I taught myself to read when I was 3 years old. I was reading at a college level in 1st grade, and I tested at college level in math, reading, writing, and science when I was in 3rd grade. I spoke a second language fluently when I was 8. I did graduate high school a year early, but I can only imagine what I would be doing now if I had been appropriately cared for as a child. I have a bachelor's in computer science with a minor in religion, and I'm currently working from home and raising my daughter. I'm in the legal process of removing my mother's visitation rights, as well as suing her for the other things I have listed. I have cut her out of my life as much as possible, but my daughter is currently legally required to be there on the weekends, so that is a hurdle we are working through. My father was an esteemed university professor, and he worked for NASA as well as programming parts of Marine One. He started an extremely successful business. Now, he is dead and his business failed. I was placed in charge of finances for a large fundraising event and faked up a lot, but there was no proof. Of course, my daughter's father was forced to move out of the city and across the state because no business here would hire him. My mother lost her court case against me and is thousands of dollars in debt because of it. My ex-GF currently owes me $10,000 because I paid for her SRS surgery with a stipulation that if we broke up, she would pay me back. I have finally paid off the credit card she used in my name, and my credit score is back up to 720. My family is in search of a new home, hopefully on a little acreage. We are fixing up the house we live in, and then selling and moving out to the countryside. My life is good. I love where I am, and that's the best part. My very first thought was every school/mass shooter, though I haven't seen it firsthand. One time I took my 3.5y/0 nephew to a local park to let him run around, give his mom, my sister, a break for an afternoon, and all went well for the first hour. Then some older kids, maybe 5 or so, started being dicks, monopolizing the biggest slide and pushing other kids out of the way. My nephew started to throw a fit, but then stopped and ran over to me and asked for his apple juice. I gave him his little sippy cup thing, and he took it and ran back over to the top of the slide. He stood up on the platform, had a few sips of his juice, and when there was a gap, while the older kids were not up there with him, he clumsily unscrewed the top and tossed it down the slide. Now, this was June of last year in Alabama. It was hot. The slide was warm plastic. The juice was lukewarm and sticky. It turned into a real mess really fast. The slide was completely unusable, and several of the older kids got their butts and legs covered in sticky syrupy juice. We left quickly after that. I gave the little sheet a high five after I made sure he knew what he did, and not just him trying to be an asshole to everybody. He specifically targeted them. His mom was not pleased. I once worked at a private rehab facility early in my nursing career. I was hired for adult psyche, but was bullied into being charged on a Christian adolescent unit, which being gay I detested. I made the most of it. The kids were basically awesome. Sneaking out, drinking, pot and cutting school/church. Good kids that had parents with too much money, faith and insurance to deal with normal teenage issues. Then there was Lisa. Lisa, not her real name, had been in our facility for about 5 years. When she was 13, her mom caught her with her girlfriend making out. So off to Christian rehab she went. For 5 long years. After about 3 years, the family stopped visiting. A lost cause. So we staff became her family. With her 18th birthday coming, we knew she would be homeless and cut off. So we found her a place and some connections, including legal counsel. She graduated to nothing from the facility, but a home, food and family from those who knew this was morally wrong. I left for another job, but ran into her and her wife years later. She cried as she thanked me and told me what happened. She successfully sued her parents, the facility and the local police for undue detention and a variety of other choice charges. The facility went bankrupt from this and other lawsuits. The city settled out of court, and she never spoke to her family again. Oh, and their church was liable as well, but the pastor had already gutted it financially. Don't shirk your responsibility, folks. It may have been touched on already, but I see a prime example every day. I work in corrections in southern Mississippi at a county jail, and in my 5.5 years there, I see it every day with inmates. This younger generation of kids is nothing but negative behavior reinforced in a positive way from their own community. Now I won't make this a race issue as we are a predominantly black county, so obviously I deal with more black kids, but there are white kids who this applies to as well. Through the apathy of their parents or grandparents, they are committing more felonies as they go along. I start off with these kids, who are 12 to 14 years old, taking them to a juvenile facility to counties over, to booking them in at age 16 to 17 at our adult facility for committing armed robberies or aggravated assaults. The trend I notice is their parents and or guardians either not caring or actively reinforcing their behavior. The type of parents that don't care or don't realize that their child is a holy terror on the population, but want to blame everyone or everything else except themselves as to why their child is now incarcerated. So by the village not embracing their child, the child is now burning down their village because they equate negative attention as attention nonetheless. My opinion on this subject is very much true. For example, when I was a child, my parents were drug dealers as I was not aware because of my young age. When the police arrived to take my mother away due to the fact that she was being set up by an informant, my mother did this drug transaction behind my father's back. He was in the US making more drug deals. When he came back, to his surprise he found my mother in prison. He went to a lawyer to get legal protection. The prosecutor wanted my father, not my mother, so when he went to visit my mother in prison they detained my father. Even though he had legal protection, so my siblings and I were left along with no one to care for us, for my parents were released after 7 years. My older sister Maribel got engaged at a very young age of 15 years old with Furman. His family was wealthy and had immigration papers, so Furman took my sister first to the US, then the rest of us. But in those 7 years we suffered immensely. We had to steal to eat. My sisters were ate a couple of times. I was beaten for asking for food. I had to clean cars to make money. It was tough growing up in Mexico, Tijuana, but we made it to a certain point. When we got to the US we noticed a lot of racism. If you could not speak English, as I went to Pacoima Junior Point High, I tried my best to cope with my new environment, but it was not easy. There was gang members and you either joined the gang or you would be a target. So I joined the gangs. So I started a life of crime and soon I was in juvenile detention for burglary. My sister Sonia and I did 3 years, came out, and continue my life of crime. By then my parents had acquired another drug connection, and we started selling drugs. Then I committed the unthinkable 187 PC. Murder. I was in county jail fighting my case for 3 years. I became proper, meaning my own lawyer. I waited them out. 22 witnesses were gone. Left with 2 sisters, but one was saying she did see me and the other was not sure. That's the reason the prosecutor offered me a deal of 24 years. This is back in 1985. I ended up doing 14 years. I got out in 2007, got deported, and went back to the US. I was doing pretty well due to the fact that I had become a Christian, but when my little brother got out for a murder he beat when they changed the law, because when he got arrested he was a minor and the cops set him up. He went inside for carrying a weapon 2 years, but they waited till he became of age and they transferred him to state prison for murder robbery. He did almost the same amount of time as I did and got out. I was trying my best to school him not to continue the life of crime due to the fact that the United States is a country of laws and more likely he would end up going back. I spent 2 days arguing with him, but he would not listen. So I said, okay, you want to commit a crime, let's do it big. No bullshit job, let's go for millions. Something is worth going to prison for. But he got angry because I was scolding him, so he got out of my car and left. I was chasing him in my car as fast as I could, but his car was faster and I lost sight of him. I went back home crying in anger. I was not able to see due to my tears, so I end up crushing my car almost inside my home into a trash container. I woke up and there was some chalice outside the projects where I lived talking shit. So I got out and started fighting them. There were too many. They beat me up, knocked me out arguing, and when I came to, the cops, paramedics, fire truck was all there, so they wanted a breathalyzer from me. I refused. I was high as hell. I was talking trash to the cops who were arresting me. My wife seen me. She was in tears. Nothing we could do. 72 hours later, I was released due to the fact that ICE never picked me up. So then I paid everything the court ordered. They were supposed to put a breathalyzer device on my car, the DMV, but never had the chance. ICE was on my tail. I was not aware of this due to the fact that I was never arrested by ICE before. My wife told me that there were some cops looking for someone. When they knocked on her door they showed her a picture of someone else just to see if they could spot me inside. They had showed my real picture to my neighbor and she gave me up. She was a pacer, meaning she was innocent of crime knowledge, so they were trying to get me for a whole year, but they came looking for me too late. I would get up at 4 AM and by 5 AM I was already at the yard working. But on May 14, 2013, I went to work to another job site and that day I was home. I was watering my lawn like I always did. When I saw the first officer, I dropped the hose cause I knew everyone at the projects, and I turned to my right side and I seen the second one like tweens. I left inside and warned my wife as he looked outside and seen them, and she told me that those were the officers that had showed her another picture of someone else. So I was troubled. I was in turmoil. I was not able to think because I had paid the courts and I owed nothing to the law. But this was the first time ICE was on my tail. So they got me. The court sentenced me to 46 months. Deported me in 2016. Got out was 3 months into Tijuana, Mexico, and went back, got busted 2 more years. Now we talking a total of 20 years in prison of my life, lost it for nothing. I told my wife, you know what, I rather stay in Mexico cause the US just wants me locked in prison. Now I've been in Tijuana, Mexico, where I was born, for 2 years working in a call center due to the fact I'm bilingual and doing good, never been arrested or detained. So to end this story, the United States is a country where they don't forgive or forget unless you are white. Here's an example. My most serious relationship was with a person whom seemed to have had a tough time expressing his anger. His demons never opened up. I hate to say it, but it's sad. There were times where he would tell me he knew he'd have to pick a day where he would choose to turn back quote good or back quote bad, whichever all I knew. That only meant he was probably on a path to become a sociopath. Sorry if this TMI. But he lacks so much empathy. After our breakup, disconnected from our child during my pregnancy, lost a child, and he was still cold, never managed to even acknowledge his child's death. So I knew he picked turning back quote bad psychologically. I knew he had troubles and issues he never chose to resolve. I offered him help to see therapists /etc. Yet he seemed to only dig himself into a bigger hole of hate. He's still managing to try and ruin my life, lawsuits, and frame me over his abuse. I loved him more than I've loved anyone in my life and always wanted to keep him in my life. so I wouldn't even go far into trying to ruin his life like that. I became so traumatized from my pregnancy that I no longer have hope for him. I've suffered from having him in my life and forgave him for horrendous things, yet he still has hate for me and is fighting against me in court. I wish someone kept him warm as a child, because apparently all my love was never enough for him to ever recover. Me. I was abused physically, emotionally, and mentally for years. Everyone I knew told me I was going to be a failure because of my learning disabilities and my poverty. When I say everyone, I mean my parents, teachers, pastors, many of my peers, etc. But what they also forgot was, I was really damn good at adapting. I'm a clever sheet who figures things out fast. When I got sick of the bullying and no one did sheets to stop it, I started beating the crap out of people who laid hands on me. When a pastor turned my family down for food we needed, I got help from the gangs. I got close to the pastor over several months and uncovered a scandal where he was sleeping with the secretary and the church imploded. When my parents continued to tell me I'd fail, I worked hard to outshine both of them. My mom was the smartest person in the family. I stole that title from her. My middle brother was the popular one. I stole that from him. And the last time he tried to touch me, I was 19. I knocked teeth out of his skull. I've got a long list of people who have shit on me, and one by one I've crossed names off that list. One day I'll have crossed them all off. You could say I'm still burning the village down for warmth. Literally today. My partner and I work at the same place. She's in senior management, and I'm just a lowly worker. We've had a new administration come in about 12 months ago after some pretty scandalous and dastardly behavior from our former boss and his family, who ran the place like it was their own personal bank account. So we've been through the ringer since they've come in. The rhetoric has been the same thing from the new admin. Say one thing, do another. We care about your mental health and well-being, but literally go out of their way to break up staff and isolate us. Well, this week my SO was supposed to be running a fairly important professional development day. It was on how we structure our reporting systems, and this is her jams. She'd been working on it and putting stuff together for months, throughout all of which she was being continuously undermined and sabotaged by admin. Cause you know, fuck it, why not? Well, last week she got an email letting her know that she was no longer needed for said project and that it was all taken care of by admin. This was pretty much her sign. After months of underhanded crap that has taken a huge mental toll on her, she walked in and handed in her notice this morning. Before we all met. The PD was a disaster. They had no idea what they were talking about and had everything back to front, to the point the entire staff were searching the room for her with visible confusion and panic. She remained calm and professional through the whole thing and simply told them that this was new and she was learning it with them, which is true, as they had kept her locked out of all conversations over the last week. It was the biggest sign that she'd done the right thing, and I'm so glad I got to watch the whole thing unfold. I'm still here though, eating my portion of the sheet sandwich, but the satisfaction of seeing them scramble and fret over finding answers to stuff that she's been handling now for so long was the sweetest of beverages. I think I was the embodiment of this as a child. I have distant memories of my past that I can vaguely remember from when I was very young. As a child I had an abused father and an abused mother, both mentally ill, if you'd call it. I say victims of circumstances just like myself. My mother worked graveyards at our local dock facilities and my father was in and out of jobs. I only have one memory of these times, and it was me riding my plastic tricycle up and down the sidewalks. Fast forward to my real memories, where I have a stepfather, newly born little brother, and whole slew of other issues. My stepfather was neglectful and didn't interact with me whatsoever. He loathed such interaction so much as to, when I walked out of my room, he'd immediately make me go back in there and stay there. Every time I went to my stepfather's parents' house with my little brother, while my parents were going out, the grandparents would either lock me outside during summer or in a room and leave to go out with my little brother, sometimes for hours. I told my mother, but nothing happened, and I got the speech of "he loves you and me. If you're afraid of what they can do to you, then you should be afraid of me" kind of thing. I had anger issues before this, but now I had to be treated by my stepfather, holding me down in, sometimes painful, positions till I ran out of energy. The worst was when my stepfather decided to threaten to kill me when I left my room. This sealed my hatred for my mother and stepfather, as neither gave a damn about what happened. Every vacation and road trip they took me on, I was so unpleasant they stopped taking me placed at about the age of 9 and left me home alone. TL. Doctor hated my parents so much. When I was a child I made every trip hell for them by being a smartass or an emotionless robot. IDK. If this belong here, because it's not quirky nor an extreme case. I live with emotional intensity disorder, formerly known as borderline personality disorder. Personality disorder is a misnomer. The illness is all about emotional dysregulation and the inability to cope with emotions so intense that they register in the brain as physical pain. One of the hardest and most terrifying features to someone experiencing it, though, is the near constant paranoia of the people in your life abandoning you. Ironically, in an attempt to avoid abandonment I would often overshoot it and end up causing the abandonment from how desperate I behaved. Because of the intense emotional pain I would try to avoid it by clinging to any means of alleviating the pain, including acting submissive and content with being at the bottom of the proverbial food chain. I'd hurt myself out of a desire to punish myself for perceived slights against people I cared about to atone. I'd chase after anyone who dared to run off without a good reason, and there almost never a good enough reason to satiate the paranoia. When my ex abandoned me, left me and then hooked up with one of his friends, and then gave me an ultimatum to move out, after telling me that it had everything to do with his new fuck buddy, after reassuring me a month before that it didn't have anything to do with her, so he's a faking liar. I had very little left but to kick and thrash. I faked up what little access I had left of his bank account before he shut off the card. I infected all of his pyrite samples. He collects rocks with an infamous pyrite disease that causes them to oxidize and crumble to dust. I purposefully left items for him to deal with because I was through. I burned bridges because I was so starved of affection that I would rather get any attention, even negative attention, if it meant feeling something other than despair and fear. I wouldn't say this is the most significant or dramatic of any of these, but my former coworker and current friend. We worked at a coffee shop that was going through a major brand/structure change into being a full service restaurant by people that didn't know shit about running a restaurant. Hired good cooks, varied servers and hosts. Some were actual trash and couldn't give two fucks. Some were really awesome. Constantly overwhelmed bartenders, baristas, and managers who didn't know how to run anything and would last about 3 months each. I was there longer than all managers I saw for 1 year and 9 months. On top of all of this mess, we were paid $2.13 an hour and a good helping of verbal abuse daily. I left pretty neutrally by putting in my 2 weeks before school, maybe slacking a bit on my last few days as one does. My friend though, on his last day went about hiding forks in crannies around the kitchen. We were always running low, dawdled all of his duties until his shift was over, then proceeded to accidentally throw 2 trays of coffee mugs on the ground, probably around 60 to 80 mugs. They still want him to come back and work though. I teach taekwondo classes, and one little boy doesn't have the best friendship skills, so he feels like no one likes him, and points it out every chance he gets. Anytime we do anything he doesn't enjoy, he throws a tantrum and sits in the middle of the mat, so we can't do anything, screams, cries, and hits when you get too close. I'm not allowed to pick him up or anything, but being a 14 teaching a class of 10 to 12, 7-year-olds alone isn't easy in the first place. But when you throw in a child who actually enjoys people suffering, I know this, because he literally told me I like it when people suffer, is extra hard. This happens at least once a week. And now I have to call my boss, a 4th degree black belt, to help because it gets so out of hand. He has stuff going on at home, and I have talked to both his parents about it, and they say he has been a lot better at home. So I know I have an impact on him, but sometimes I think, am I teaching martial arts to a future psychopath, or does he just have social anxiety and just wants a friend? Hard to tell when they are 7, but I'm keeping a close eye on him so I can lead him into the right direction. So this is more of a long con kind of story, but kind of fits anyway. There is this guy I work with, let's call him A. I met A 7 years ago when he joined the company I work with. He is honestly a great guy and one of my best friends today. He joined as a machinist after failing university. This is in Germany, so I think it would be college elsewhere. He failed university because of one subject he sucked at, electrical engineering, while supporting his girlfriend with a child, which is not his own. They met while she was pregnant, and while they are not together anymore, he still loves the child, as if it was his own. Anyway, after a year at the company he enrolled in night school to become a state certified technician. Around the same time we went to a party together and there he met the brother of another colleague. He asked everyone what our positions were at said company and they answered truthfully. The guy just looked him in the eye and said, "So your life is over." Is one of the most chilled dudes I know, but you could see he was boiling with anger. After saying something to the extent of, "If you don't want any beef with me, just cut it," he went back to drinking. Fast forward 4 years. He finished night school as class best and in the meantime rose through the ranks of the company to the position of senior executive. Then he asked the boss if he could leave the company for half a year because he had something to do. He learned that a position at the guy's company, who said to him 4 years earlier that his life was over, was free, and applied for it. He got the job, made that guy's life miserable for half a year, and left after that, saying to that guy, "Seems like my life is not yet over." Absolute legend. Me, tonight. I've been diagnosed with PTSD. More specifically, I suffer from CPTSD, and although it isn't a formal diagnosis, it more accurately explains the way I feel. It was caused by molestation by my older friend and physical and emotional abuse by my father throughout my life. Tonight I snapped when I saw that it had begun to affect my younger sister. While she has never been hit, she witnessed a lot of the abuse my older sister and I went through at the hands of my father. All my life I've been so afraid, so angry, so stressed out. My entire life has been walking on eggshells and reducing my existence to just that, mere existence. I don't live, I exist. My younger sister is exhibiting symptoms of depression and PTSD herself. She revealed that she also feels constantly afraid and stressed out. She told me that she has feelings of not wanting to exist anymore. All because of my piece of shit father. I blew up tonight and told my parents a new one and revealed to them that because of the abuse and my mother's hand in it by not stopping it, I have been diagnosed with a mental illness and attempted suicide 2 years ago. They laughed and justified the abuse. I told them after the pandemic is over I'm leaving and never speaking to them again. My father should have never laid a hand on me. My mother should have never let it go on. Because of their refusal to accept the consequences of their actions, they have lost a daughter tonight and I expect them to lose 2 more in the future. I had a lot of lacking support with my parents in general, but my dad in particular. It started with resentment to him, but it became a resentment to anyone who didn't fulfill what I saw as their basic obligation in society, as my dad never was much of a dad and didn't really feel like he was interested in trying. It wasn't exactly a village, but after living with him and my uncle for 2 years, both being verbally and emotionally abusive, as I was trying to become an adult and belittling me and essentially expressing no faith in my abilities. Came home late from a graveyard shift and I was exhausted. My uncle was drunk and looking to pick on me and made a few snide comments, and being at the end of my patience, I sniped back and he informed me that he wanted to beat the shit out of me. I made some distance and ran to my dad, who surely would defend his terrified son and maybe hand him some kind of righteous beating. Instead he told me that clearly Chris thinks he can back it up. So I left and got a few blocks away and just got angrier and angrier until I couldn't convince myself to walk any further. I got scared and called the cops, told them if they weren't there in 15 minutes to go to my dad's house instead because I'd be there. They got there in just under 15 and took me to a mental ward. That being the inciting incident, I became a lot angrier towards anyone I felt hadn't done their duty to whatever partners being unfaithful, cheated dads, so on. I had a roommate who dipped out on cleaning his room in the rancho we'd been renting, costing me my security deposit, and went on a warpath. I did housing searches for places he could afford for 3 months and told everyone but the upper end of his price range that he was a terrible tenant and posted his name on every rate your tenant site I could find. Then demanded the cleaning fees from his father because he was living paycheck to paycheck and described to his friends what he did. Most unfriended him. When I saw him 2 years later he was still living in an overpriced shithole studio apartment and didn't have his gaggle of friends hanging around him anymore. I also revealed to my dad personally that my uncle had been faking his then wife behind his back, that she was pregnant, and that she planned on keeping it and leaving him, with evidence to boot. My brother had a classmate who was picked on and outcasted by his peers throughout high school. The kid was kind of a tag-along in my brother's group of friends, and I met him a few times at my parents' house. He seemed like a nice enough kid, albeit reserved and never made much eye contact. His name was Nicholas Cross, and on February 14, 2018, he walked into his school that he graduated from a year earlier and started shooting students and staff. A kid I met several times killed 17 people and injured 17 more that day, including one of my brother's friends who I also met several times and his ex-girlfriend. As soon as I heard the news of a shooting at Douglas I called my brother and told him about it, and he immediately said it must be Nicholas Cross. I'm still banned from r/news because I got confirmation from his friends still in the school that it was Cross, and I posted his name in a comment. Cross had a record of outbursts and brought a machete to school in his freshman year, which caused him to not be allowed to bring a backpack to school. From what my brother told me, the very same students who started the anti-gun campaign after the shooter were the kids who picked on Cross. Me. I witnessed and was the target of my father's mental and emotional and verbal abuse and neglect, and saw him cause so much pain for my mother he caused her to be paralyzed later on in life. She also wasn't the best to me, also neglectful, but she was just taking out what he was doing to her on me, and she stopped and fixed a lot of things with me later in life. Anyway, I remember when I was 10 I decided I have disowned my father. I decided he is no longer important or related to me. And when I told my mother, who herself believed and was planting this idea that it's my duty and responsibility to take care of them fully when they are old, she told me it was the reason I was born anyway. So at 10 I believed her. She said, who will take care of him when he is old? And I replied in a heartbeat, and I count no one. I will not even put him in a home when he is old and cannot move and needs someone to hand him a glass of water. I will stand in front of him and refuse to give it to him. I will watch him suffer and feel helpless. I will let him rot before I help him or show him any kindness. I was 10. Safe to say my mother found out that day that I was immensely strong and independent, and she was terrified of me because she knew they will never be able to control me or break me or convince me to do something for them I do not want to do out of love or family duty. Because I had none in me. These are her own words. I don't think I'm strong or whatever, but that's what 20+ years of abuse will do to you. I juice. Currently I'm not as adamant on burning down my family that way, but I'm working in secret to get myself to a point where I can abandon them suddenly and have their entire family structure collapse and leave them to face the gap I will leave behind forever. It's 2012. I'm working as a receptionist/assistant at a small letting/property management agency. At the time, I was desperate for a job, and I pretty much ignored all the red flags there were. But naive little young piece of shit me thought, maybe if I prove I'm useful, I can climb up the ladder. Yeah, I know. I was stupid. But this guy basically paid £20 a day for me to be there all day. Back then the minimum wage was £6-ish, so my hourly rate didn't even reach half of that. I did pretty much everything apart from meetings and business negotiations. I managed the database for properties, tenants, landlords, maintenance. I took rent payments, issued invoices to landlords about maintenance fees and repair works, got his lunch, even was tasked with building 2 new PCs for the office to upgrade our existing equipment. But the guy was too damn cheap to even pay for Windows now. I didn't want to get into trouble, so I got my own license key so at least the reception PC is legal. Here is where it gets fun. I used my own Microsoft account to log on and work on the reception PC. set it up so that I can access the system remotely, just in case I wanted to work from home. But it came in useful in a whole new way. So this guy, in 2013, accuses me of stealing money. Not only does he not pay me properly, he even wants to squeeze out more by accusing me of theft. Honestly, if you say I stole, why don't you go to the police? Oh, that's right. Because I didn't. That was the last straw. I quit right there and then. Unfortunately for him, the reception PC is locked with my password, with my account, with my license key. I wonder what would happen if Manuscript gets a tip that you're using an unlicensed copy of Windows for business use. Also, he tried calling me to get my password for the reception PC, but of course I said no. It's mine. You, sadly, have nothing to do with it. When I went home, I pinged that PC from my own at home to wipe the hard drive and restore Windows to its factory settings. All files and documents gone from there, he thought. Anyway, I set it up so that all the records, documents, and invoices are stored on his PC. But he doesn't need to know that. When I was 16/17, I was in a band with a few other guys from school. Our original drummer was raised as a Jehovah's Witness, but struggled with his faith to the extent that at 16 he was living in a trailer in a wood yard, drinking heavily and taking whatever drugs he could get his hands on. 2 years before this, he'd actually had a brain hemorrhage while lifting weights, and spent some time in hospital learning to speak and use his right side again. I think that might have also been a catalyst. Looking back, there were oddities in his behavior that retroactively raised red flags I was too young and dumb to notice. He would call his cat over, then open the refrigerator door into its face, then laugh uproariously. He'd have freakouts and disappear for days. He'd confess to doing weird shit from time to time. The one that sticks out in my memory the most was telling me that he once hid in his older sister's closet and masturbated to her changing clothes. One day he very abruptly quit the band, dropped out of school, and went back to live with his parents. This was pre-social media, so we gradually all lost touch with him. I went to college and moved away from the area, but ended up back there in my early 20s, working in a bar. He came in a couple of times with his young wife. He was my age. She was 17, 16 when they married. He'd gone back to his faith, and they'd met via his church. I believe they ended up having 2 kids, certainly one in any case. We chatted casually. He seemed to be doing well, but we had very little in common anymore, so it never went beyond that point. Fast forward to last year. I'm in my early 30s now, and don't live anywhere near there anymore, but my younger brother does. He sent me a link to a newspaper article, and I was horrified to find out that my old friend, a guy who had stayed on my couch dozens of times, had walked into a local police station and confessed to sexually abusing children, some as young as infants, since his early teens. So, when I knew him, in fact, it later transpired that the reason he'd quit the band and gone back to his parents is because he'd confessed to them that he'd been downloading child pornography and had unnatural urges towards them. He was afraid he would act on point. With the assistance of their church, they covered it up and pushed him into a relationship with a 15-year-old girl whom he would then father children with. This allowed him to get away with abusing children for 15 plus years. I guess eventually his wife found out and left him, and her knowing was the catalyst for him handing himself in and confessing. He was given a heavy jail sentence and killed himself in prison a couple of months later. I don't think he ever really felt like the several villages he could have been part of could ever really have accepted him, because he had such a terrible, horrible, vile secret buried inside him. I do wonder what might have happened had it been us, he told, though. I'd like to think we would have got him the help he so obviously needed, rather than covering it up like his family and church did. I still feel guilty that I didn't see it at the time and do something to prevent those poor children from suffering at his hands. It's a difficult thing to balance, being glad that a dangerous pedophile is dead, but also, in some small way, mourning the talented funny boy I once knew all those years ago who was so completely failed by his parents and faith when he tried to get help and stop himself before he became irredeemable. When I was 12 back in 2016, I was naive and way too friendly, which made me easy to bully. I was afraid of getting into fights, since I didn't want to get expelled, so that was another shitty problem for me, and it so happens that my class has two of the strongest kids of 7th grade. In reality they were just big mouths that didn't know when to shut up. I had troubles with them from the start, but I ignored them, which worked for a time. But then for some reason everyone began to turn their attention to me. Everyone started to antagonize me for something which I didn't figure out until a year later. I'll get to that at the end. For 3 weeks I've been harassed left and right by most of the 6th graders in this school. I should mention that the principal at the time was just there for the money he gets at the end of the month and didn't care about the school or the students, so trying to explain my situation to him is like talking to my own shadow. The day where I understood what this situation was gonna be if I continue to ignore them was on Thursday. Finally going home after 7 hours of bullying. I thought to myself as I was walking down the stairs when I saw several 6th graders standing in the hallway. Before I could do anything, another came from behind me and grabbed me while the others started punching and kicking me. They broke my nose and bruised me pretty badly. After they were done they spit on me and left, leaving in the ground rolling back and forth in pain. I made back home and didn't sleep that night. I wanted revenge so bad, but how could I fight more than 60 students on my own? A week later I found myself fighting another group of assholes. One of them said, "I'm going to make you a joke in this school." As he pushed me, I fell and my glasses broke. I lost it at that point. I got up and punched the guy in the chin, which knocked him out, and out of hate and rage I ran towards the others and started fighting them. Funny, I don't remember most of what I did, and I don't know how I was able to fight 5 guys all at once, but at the end all of them were bleeding, and it felt so satisfying that I went home with a smile across my face. For the next few weeks this fight was on the lips of everyone in school, but the 2 assholes that I mentioned in the beginning didn't believe it, so they encouraged the entire class to do whatever they want with me. One guy stood up and came to me saying, "I'll put you inside the trash can where you belong." I grabbed him by his throat and pinned to the wall, choking him out, saying that if he ever even thinks about I will flay him living and leave nothing for the dogs. One of the 2 assholes got up, and before he could do anything I let the faker who I choked picked up my chair and threw it at him, breaking his nose and proving my point. And since that day everyone in school feared and avoided me. Turn out the one who started this whole mess was a friend of mine who knew that I won't fight back, and he told everyone about, since if he didn't he Wolf took my place and became a laughing stock for everyone in school. And fearing that I would find out, he went to a different school and I never saw him again. I didn't trust anyone after this experience, and I matured. Now I know to trust and who not to trust, although it was a horrible experience. I learned a lot. Now I won't fall the same mistakes, and I will make anyone who misses with regret it. It was a regular night just as any. We all had dinner and went to bed. I decided it was time to read and avoid going to bed. I'll lie there reading the history of my country. Suddenly I get the urge to use the bathroom. Naturally I use the bathroom, and I'm stricken with a sudden urge to take a walk. I decide to walk outside the village. It's much prettier at night. The moonlight hits just right and it's like walking through broad daylight. I took a bit longer than usual on my night walks because it was a full moon. Eventually I decide to get back. To my surmise, my family was entirely murdered, laid out there in the living room, throats slit, piled like butchered pigs in a crimson lake. I was gone not 45 minutes. I run to the neighbors to alert the authorities. No cell phones. They too are murdered. Laid out as if perfectly planned. Without a trace of blood. Simply dead. At this point I cannot see with all the tears clouding my eyes. I run to my aunt's house down the road. She too is murdered. My entire village murdered overnight. Come to find out 20 years later, it was a spec ops kid, a young prodigy, son of a police officer. To say that I haven't felt this way on more than one occasion would be a lie to myself and to others. As a child, my parents were free rangers. All parents of the 80s were. Pops was in the oil industry and my mom was a stripper. My parents would kick me out of the house and tell me not to come home until it would get dark. For instance, the first time I got drunk with random hobos under a bridge at the age of 7 or 8. It wasn't all fun and games though. I lived in Louisiana in the 80s, when it was still legal to get beaten by your teachers and principal. They started early. To escape a terrible childhood and get out on my own, I joined the army to be all I could be. I fell in love with all of those 80s action flicks. I wanted to run around in the jungle, flex my muscles, smoke cigars and say cheesy one-liners like Arnold. My reality, however, which I later would find out, would be the point man / machine gunner for more patrols than I could care to count during the Iraq invasion / occupation. It was the Wild West when we were there. One of the most exhilarating and frightening times of my life, to say the least. A dude in my unit I don't talk to posted about an hour's worth of footage of our platoon during the invasion. No combat, but to give you an idea of what type of equipment we had, I'll give the Iraqis their due. They made us earn our black hearts. So I come back from that all sorts of faked up I'm getting mad at shit that I never got mad at before, like the dishes not being put away where I think they should be. I try to speak to my leadership via any established routes of communication. Nothing is working. I begin to make a series of choices that would lead me prison for half a decade. Intimate knowledge of fighting Muslims in Iraq taught me those were the cats to seek out. So I became a practicing Muslim in a black prison gang. I would spend most of my time educating myself via Dungeons & Dragons. I would make photocopies of all of the books and pass them out to my friends, and we would play until the guard took them, and we would rinse and repeat. I survived prison without falling victim to any of the traps that lay in wait. All in all, it would take 9 years from the date I first stepped in until the date Agent Barney gave me my discharge papers from the Lawton office in Detroit. Back in society, I found myself an outcast, shunned, ignored, ridiculed, life threatened, etc. Cops now either have pity on me or look at me like a loose mangy dog at this moment in my life. The two saving graces I had at this time are Veterans Affairs and whatever local non-profit that helps veterans. During this time in my life I met an amazing handful of people, some of which I'm still friends with to this day. Some of these people are doctors now. Some of them sell shots of liquor to chicken heads. In January I went to see the Jack's car wash I worked at. Jody, the old head, told me I made it out this motherfucker. He had no idea how true those words would ring. I try every day to be a better person. I intentionally have gone out of my way to feel to the human experience. Good, bad and in between, I just have chosen to accept life as it is. In the past I would complain about events and how they unfold. Given current state of the world, however, I feel that I'm actually in an advantageous position over most members of society now. I have seen the horrors that humans are capable of. I have seen the beauty that humans exhibit as well. My heart hurts knowing that there are human beings dying because old men continue to play games. In the same breath, it's hard not to smirk because for once you're all seeing the world from my perspective. I have chose a life of peace and I ride my bike now. I have found a community that values hard work and being a stand-up person above all else. Some of the people here call me the Prince Harry of Alaska. I fancy myself more of a Tyrion Lannister type. A harmless man is not a good man. A good man is a dangerous man who has that under control. Jordan Peterson. I don't know if that was the answer you were looking for or not, but my 2 cents regarding your question given the current state of affairs. My very first online friend killed herself 9 years ago because she was rejected first by her mother, who was a drug addict, then her father and stepmother, who were incredibly right-wing religious, then her school, which kicked her out for using hair dye and the wrong colors of all things as part of her plan to come out at school. Her school was a private school that had a lot of really bullshit rules and was sent to one of those troubled teens things run by religious nuts to cure her from being a lesbian. She came back home and found out her room had been renovated. She was now enrolled in a very oppressive private Christian school. Her old clothing had all been cut up and replaced with plain cheap sheet. Her computer was nearly entirely wiped of any of her digital photos, which I got back for her. Most of her accounts that she had left logged in were deleted except YouTube and Skype. And any sort of communication with her former friends was barred. I managed to help her get around the communications block and get to talk to a helpline, but she was so traumatized by all of it that after 2 months of living that way, she hung herself. I was the last person to ever speak to her. In doing so, she managed to completely ruin the image, reputation, and careers of her father and stepmother. I don't want to disclose what they did for a living, but they were well liked in their town and were seen as that generous couple who took in a sadly troubled teen that was conceived when the man was a foolish 20-something. It was a super conservative California town, which sounds like an oxymoron, but California can get really conservative the further away from the city you get. Point, she had evidence of their abuse and had used it against them, and it didn't quite make the news, but it was well known. I knew her friends well, as I often talked to them too, and became close with them after this, and they said the fallout was crazy. The father had sexually abused her, and though charges never got laid, as this was 2011, his reputation was ruined, and he ended up divorced and broke. He lost any sort of money to lawyers in fighting the fact that he was publicly blamed for the suicide by others in his neighborhood. Point, the stepmother went to remarry a few years later and was barred from the foster care system because the suicide was pretty damning evidence, as she had been revealed to be extremely physically abusive and would subject her to unusual punishments like sleeping in a wet sleeping bag outside or making her eat her dinner while running laps around their property, including the stuff she spilled. The BO mother, I don't know much about. I've heard of her going into rehab maybe a year after the suicide, but I don't know anything else beyond she failed it and sort of drifted out of any sort of online presence, but isn't outright dead or anything. Just on a sheet load of heroin. Point, I still hurt and wish that my friend was here today, but I can't help feeling that she'd be smiling knowing that she managed to absolutely ruin these people's lives. Sorry for formatting, I'm on mobile. I work with kids a lot, and something I notice is that a lot of kids with big families tend to act out a lot. I have nothing against large families, but I remember I taught this kid who was the 8th son, and he wasn't the last either. To make matters more complicated, he had 3 younger siblings, the youngest who was born with Down syndrome. Their mom homeschooled all of them, and she also ran the kids program at my church. Their father was an EMT, and you could tell the parents didn't have much time to dedicate to their kids, especially the younger ones. He liked to act out a lot. He was always causing mischief and then immediately turning to see my reaction. He was a really good kid though, and once in a while he'd help one of the younger kids read through a book or something. A lot of the adults saw him as troublesome, but if you spent time with him, you could tell that he just wanted some much needed attention. Point, I taught him on Wednesdays for about a year, and slowly his behavior improved. All the boy needed was some love and care. He wasn't a bad kid. After the year was over, I got to see him once in a while for 2 more years. He'd always remember my birthday and give me shells, which was really sweet of him. Point, unfortunately his family left town after those 3 years, and I haven't seen them since. I really hope he and the rest of his siblings are doing okay. While big families aren't a terrible thing, a lot of times the kids grow up with little attention, and they act out as a cry for help and care. I used to have a very tight friend group that I built over a 2-year course. Not much of my life had been exposed because there are some things I wasn't comfortable sharing. Point, so my middle school ex, Jay, and I got back together and everything was fine until it wasn't. Not getting into details, but it was a messy breakup. He stayed hanging out with my friends, and my friends preferred me over him, including his best friend, because they knew what happened in the relationship. After dealing with what little bit of heartbreak I went through, I moved on with life. During the breakup, my male best friend, A, was there for me to help pick me up. I had a lot to repair, and he helped me. He mostly helped me believe I wasn't stupid academically by challenging my brain. We ended up together, but Jay was still hung up on the breakup, so we didn't tell anyone but my female best friend and A's best friend from out of state, and our families. One night we were at my house cuddling and watching rom-coms with my sisters, when I got a text from Jay saying that he had my Christmas gifts. Since I gave him his, I bought his in July, after I got a good deal on it. I text him okay, and to text me when he got to my house, as I didn't want him coming into my house, and needless to say, I never got that text. Jay just walked into my house, and A and I jumped away from each other, and stood up staring at Jay. He threw the gift at me, and punched A in dick, and kneed him in the nose, then left. He said that if I can't be happy with you, what's the point? So within the next week, Jay started so many things that had turned our friend group against us and shattered my image in the school and still somewhat in ruins. It shattered my relationship with and the only friend I have left is my female best friend. Not an individual per se, but a specific project at the company I work for. For some context, the company I work for is a logistics solutions company. Basically, we design and sell automated warehouses and the software to manage said warehouses. I work on the software side in CAPoint anyway. This project started about a year before I joined the company. Supposed to be something pretty small and simple. However, to initial problems: 1. The customer system our system is supposed to interface with is ancient. 2. The software product we were selling to them to manage the warehouse was basically brand new, untested, and would need to be customized further to meet the customer's needs. Both of these are manageable issues. However, things with the project progressively became worse as time went on, as point 2 became a huge obstacle. By the time I was hired, the project was in its commissioning phase. Physical warehouse was built, software team is on-site testing, and approaching user acceptance testing, basically when the customer tests the system, to make sure all the stuff we promised is there, but the interfaces a customer would need to do work basically don't exist yet. To add to those issues, the main senior developer who is supposed to be making those interfaces gets fired. From what I heard, he got into some altercation with the customer, and threatened removing features from what we would deliver. Just as all this is going on, a miracle happens. A hurricane basically destroys the entire warehouse, throwing the project into an indefinite delay. Considering the state of the project, this should be amazing news. However, what happens is our management decided that, since the project is no longer in danger of blowing up in their face ATM, they are going to basically take every person off the project, to be put to other tasks. So, despite the system being nowhere ready, there's now no one working on it. Fast forward a year, the warehouse is getting close to back to working order physically, but the software is basically in the same state, so still basically useless. This results in a number of people being thrown at the project, after having not worked on it in almost a year, with the incentive from management at the time to just get this thing out the door. A few months into that, when it's pretty apparent the customer is fed up and about to start going for its lawyers, the current project manager quits. One of the senior cast steps up to be the project manager, and he attempts to try to order the chaotic situation. At this point, as my last project, which hadn't been sold, yet when this one entered commissioning, had finished, and since I wasn't already tied down to anything big, I was thrown at this hellhole to fill the gap left by another person quitting. For the next 4 months, we were basically in crunch mode, as certain features of the system had to literally be developed from scratch to work with the functionality expected. An example of this, there is this specific application version that is supposed to work on these wrist-mounted devices. When I started working on the project, literally no function on this application worked. Finally, in May of last year, the project finally was accepted by customer, meaning the main project was technically done. However, because we were so in the doghouse with the customer from how long it took to actually get our sheet together, we've basically been forced to fulfill whatever change request they send us for the past year. Just this past week, I ran a number of smoke tests for a deployment scheduled to go in this weekend. Probably the most notable thing about this project is the attrition. I think 80% of people who've worked on this project have either quit the company or have moved on to other roles outside of development, or both. The last to go was the former who took over as project manager, who left this past month. He once said to me, projects at this company can have a number of different issues. This is the project that represents everything this company can fuck up. Me. But I've learned to cope and befriended the internet. Pretty much most people on here probably. Past includes near-death, abuse, lack of socialization, because of that near-death injury, and suicide attempts, because of the abuse caused manic depression. Very glossing over because this is my first real Reddit post. Yeah, without specifically mentioning impulses that are questionable cause for arrest. If I'd enacted them, I'm effed up and probably still pretty effed up. Fun example. My mother, also known as primary cause of most everything, has a nerve/muscle condition that results in blood-curdling screams of pain month to month at the least, and usually needs someone's help to fix. First time she did it, I went into a rather frightening manic episode trying not to laugh and delight from what was happening, then had control myself, not to hurt her more, or lash out in my yelling at her to stop whimpering and cursing. My grandma, former nurse, for trying to help her. My mom, is the same woman who crushed my hand in a car door and told me to stop crying and say what was wrong when she could damn well see, and I had just told her before she did it my hand was there, thereby what was about to be wrong. And she's blubbering about grandma being mean for asking her questions and trying to figure it out. It's either right when grandma did, or when it happened to me, so either way my mom was a hypocrite. Skip to modern day, she still has the screaming fits of actual pain, and I still go to head them off. The entire time my face is doing a twitch, to fight a smirk, that is 100% not a conscious action on my part. Does her suffering make me happy? Apparently implicitly so, but it hella disturbs me when it makes me look and feel like the psycho I'm trying not to be. I know him. He's me, I'm not lying here, but I barely had friends during my years at school. Not only did I not many friends, but I was also bullied daily for nearly 11 years. I have Asperger's, so it makes communication between me and my peers hard. Not only that, but at the time, public understanding autism and disorders relating to it was basically non-existent, save for those with degrees in psychiatry. So, naturally, my classmates picked on me for being a doormat. I'm normally non-confrontational, and for being smart, IDKY, but people get bullied for being the smartest guy in the room. This, combined with my parents' lack to free time to fully take care of me, I mean they did, but it was mostly physical needs. We didn't really have the time to talk to each other, made me emotionally unstable. My first thought of suicide was in 6th grade, and the first self-harm was in my 10th grade. I changed school in my 7th year, but the problems are still there. I was bullied. I became increasingly angry, and for the lack of better words, emotionally unstable. It was only up until 8th grade did I go through the horrible thing called puberty. One of the side effects of puberty is increased muscle mass. This means, with individual chairs and desk layout in my class, desks and chairs are destructive weapons. Whenever I get angry, passing a point, my brain somehow disregard of all safeguards to make sure others aren't in harm. Which means, I would throw desks and chairs at my classmates. Think of it being me turning into the Hulk. This continued up until grade 10, the lowest point of them all. Because my school is actually somewhat tall, about 6 stories high, I nearly jumped off a few times. I don't know what happens when I'm angry, but I know for sure, it takes a lot of time to calm me down. Fortunately, because of my 3 great friends, I'm somehow able to stabilize my emotions a bit. I would still be extremely violent, especially after watching 2 seasons of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, when the line is crossed, but at least it's harder to reach now. Morals: don't be a jerk, you may not know who may harm you.